It is now the time is now 4:04. I would like to start our regular meeting. Today is June 14, 2023, and I would like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Here.
Councilwoman Jan West, she's absent, Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Ho.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. May I ask if is there anybody signed up for the oral communication today for closed session?
We have no oral communications.
Thank you. And so right now, can you please mention about the item that we are going to discuss in the closed session before I recess?
Yes, Mayor. So tonight, you guys will be meeting on conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation for one potential case.
Thank you very much. Right now, I would like to recess the meeting for the closed session. Development Agency meeting. Call to the order. Madam Clerk, would you please take a roll call?
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen, Councilwoman Fan West,
I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Ho.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Salute to flag by Councilmember Ho today, and an invocation by Councilmember West. Please stand.
Please stand and hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in prayer. Lord, we just thank you so much for today, Lord, another opportunity just to do the city business and to gather here, Lord, to hear grievances, but also to have wisdom in doing what's right for the city and to move our city forward, Lord. I pray that you give us the council wisdom as we make decision and what we'll be voting on tonight. And we thank you so much that you are God, and thank you for all the brave soldiers that fought for America and this land of the free and home of the brave, and we're thankful for them. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Thanks to both Councilmember Ho and Councilmember West for the salute to flag and the invocation. Next is City Attorney, a closed session report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There was one item on the closed session, anticipated litigation. There we had a discussion, and there was direction given. Nothing further to report.
Thank you. Export communication, do I hear or see anything from the council here? Seeing none, hearing none, so moving on to City Clerk report, Madam.
Thank you, Mayor. There are still opportunities to serve on our boards and commissions with the city. Applications are available online and in the lobby of council chambers for any members of the public who's interested in serving. If you have any questions on this process, please feel free to reach out to the city clerk's department and we'd be happy to help you. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. So first want to report that this last Friday, members of the Westminster Police Department participated in the annual Law Enforcement Torch Run for Special Olympics. And so what this is law enforcement officers carry the Special Olympic Torch throughout Southern California until it reaches its destination for the Summer Olympic Games. The mission of the Law Enforcement Torch Run is to raise awareness and funds for the Special Olympics program. So this photo here, as you see, were participants of our leg of the run. This year, the mayor, vice mayor, and Councilwoman Fan West attended portions of the run. Dozens of students from La Quinta High School also took part in this 5-mile run. And so along the way, runners were greeted by members of the Westminster School District and students from Warner Middle School, all showing support for this awe-inspiring event. Known as the Guardians of the Flame, law enforcement members and Special Olympic athletes carry the flame of hope into opening ceremonies of local competitions. The flame symbolizes courage and the celebration of diversity, uniting communities around the globe. The Law Enforcement Torch Run is changing the future for people with intellectual disabilities by lighting the way for acceptance and inclusion. So thank you to everyone who participated and supported this important event. Now, we'll say we were very impressed with the mayor's ability to run in moccasins or so and slacks that day. But it was a great event, and so thank you for that. Westminster Police Explorers over this past weekend also had a very eventful weekend. They competed against 41 teams from all over the United States and Las Vegas. During the competition, teams were rated on 9 separate law enforcement-related scenarios. One scenario was crime scene investigation, and for the first time in our program's history, our police explorers took home a trophy in this category, winning first place. So let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations.
So congratulations to them. We want to thank the PD Explorer advisors and staff who helped them prepare for this competition. So if you see them in the building or at future events, just let them know, give them congrats for a job well done. Funding for this trip was made possible by the Police Officers Association. And then in Caltrans news, so Caltrans is holding, not the right photo, it's okay, is holding a freeway ramp active mobility enhancement study. There's a flyer that is not on, but there is a virtual meeting scheduled for Saturday, June 17th. Information on that is available on Caltrans' website. They're actually having a meeting regarding, they're looking to gather feedback on 10 freeway on and off ramps, that's the one, throughout Orange County. So each meeting is going to focus on specific locations. The one on Saturday is looking at Anaheim, Fullerton, areas. So if that's an area of your commute, maybe worth, joining in. And then there's also going to be one on, June 20th, Tuesday, June 20th, from 6 to 8 p.m. over our Marion Warren building. And that's going to be in person, and it will actually focus on Huntington Beach and Westminster on-ramps. So again, that information is available on Caltrans' website. Community Services and Recreation, so we have a few events coming up. Family Resource Center hosting its annual summer kickoff event on Thursday, June 15th at 3:30. The event will feature fun family activities and an out-of-this-world science show at 4:15 p.m. Senior Center Independence Day Luncheon is happening on Monday, July 3rd from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. and we'll be selling tickets starting this Friday. Tickets are $5 and will include a classic Independence Day lunch. If you have any information or you'd like more information, call the Senior Center at 714-895-2878. Summer recreation camps are also here, so contact Community Services Department for a full list of camps and classes. Our movie nights and summer concerts will be taking place on Thursday nights. So we're going to have movies in the Sunken Garden back here at the Civic Center on Thursday nights, July 13th, 20th, and 27th. And then in August, we'll be having summer concerts as well. So the list is available on our social media and on City's website. Summer Parks and Playgrounds programs it begins on June 19th. It's an 8-week summer drop-in program that is offered at Bolsa Chica, Liberty, and Sigler Park, Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Activities include games, arts and crafts, sports, and much more to keep your kids busy. Registration forms are available at the parks and, of course, in the summer newsletter. And then Splash Pad. Splash Pad is now open. Starting June 17th, it'll be open from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. So if you have any questions about the Splash Pad or you'd like to reserve the Splash Pad for your own private party, you can call 714-895-2860. And last but not least, yesterday, the cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley took place in a really important event. So as you know, the 3 cities have been working on a navigation center, and it's the Tri-City Navigation Center. So we're really excited to have broke ground yesterday at this event. There is a photo of our council members and, of course, myself and Assistant City Manager at the groundbreaking event. It was held at the Navigation Center. So just to give a really quick update on that, we've run into some issues a little early on. So now the opening is anticipated for early spring of next year, but it is still moving along, and we are excited to be able to meet with our neighboring cities for this wonderful project. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you, City Manager, for your report. Next is, I just want to thank you, our Chief and our WPD for the well-perceived the Torch Run Special Olympic. Let me tell you that I haven't joined with any organization on any kind of exercise, but this has been many, many years that I do this. But I just want to let you know that I run part of it, like almost a mile, but you have to double it because I have to go back, go back to my car. So I double the 5-mile run. I do almost 2 miles. So at least I do that. So just want to let you know it was a meaningful event. I'm glad that Council Amy Van West, Vice Mayor, and myself was able to join for that run. All right, we don't have any special presentation today, but I do have a certificate of recognition to one of our longtime employees, and she is going to be retired tomorrow, starting tomorrow. So I would like to take this opportunity to recognize her. So I would like to have our council join me at the podium. Also, I would like to ask Ms. Pam Grampling to come up. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Okay, good. Okay, can somebody hold that for me for a few minutes? Well, like I mentioned earlier, the city of Westminster very, very fortunate to have this person serve for the city of Westminster, serve their community for a very, very long time. Let me go ahead, and I have a cheat note here, so let me go through that. I would like to recognize a longtime employee who is retiring this week, which is tomorrow. Pam Grambling has been a part of the city of Westminster family for over 25 years. She started with as a crossing guard in 1995, where she makes sure students make it safely to and from school, which is a very important task. In 1997, she was promoted to recreation coordinator, overseeing the contract class program, and in 2004, she was promoted to administrative aide. In 2008, Pam was promoted to a full-time community service and recreation coordinator, where she has served since. She managed the special event permit process, supervising crossing guard program, and coordinates several city-hosted special events. I have to pause here for a moment because during this time, I have a chance to work with her a lot on a special event. At that time, I wasn't an elected official, but I was a community activist, and I have a chance to work with her. And every time that I came in, she is eagerly help out with all the process, and very clear, very, I would say that we enjoy to have to work with her. So over the years, she has received several outstanding customer services alerts and received the Public Service Award in 2007. In addition to being a respected employee, Pam and her family are in Westminster residents and valuable members of our community. On behalf of the city of Westminster, we thank you for your service, Pam. And we wish you all the best in your retirement. So let me go ahead and present you with this certificate of recognition presented to Pam Grambling in recognition of your dedication and service as an employee of the city of Westminster from September 8, 1995 to June 15, 2023. And cited this date on the 14th date of June 2023 by Chi Charlie Nguyen, the mayor, Nam Quan Nguyen, vice mayor, District 4, Amy Fan West, council member, District 1, Carlos Manzo, council member, District 2, and Kimberly Ho, council member, District 3. Congratulations. Want to say something?
Thank you, Mayor Nguyen.
Anything else? All right, thank you. I know that you guys have a chance to work with her, so why don't each take a chance to congratulate her?
Well, Ms. Pamela Grambling, I know you play many hats over the years. So I have many opportunities, you and I, to chat about your family, your church, and also being a community activist that you are. I know you will find, I know you will continue with those endeavors after you retire. But I just can't believe time really flies by fast. Just the other day, you said you have 3 more years. And so I was rather shocked that the day has come for you to, but you know, I really admire you. You have very high work ethics, and every time I see you, I think of you. I think of the special events, the summer event concert, and the movie in the park. And so every time I went to those events, I always noticed that you were there. And thank you for your service. And please come back. Don't be a stranger. And I know you will be here every time we have council meetings, and thank you for being a community activist. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I didn't know until now you work for the city. Most of the time, I saw you, attending council meeting, and I thought that you were an activist. But I told myself that, okay, how come this very nice lady didn't talk much? But she's very nice. Also, for that, I think you are nicer than what I think. So thank you for working for the city, and I hope that in the future you're going to enjoy your endeavor. Right.
I love my city.
Thank you. And Pam, I got a short time knowing you since I just got elected with Vice Mayor Nam Quang this November. And we see you at every event helping Vanessa. And you're always on top of things. You're always asking us, council, we need anything. So you are a servant heart leader, and I do appreciate that, and you model that for us. And thank you so much, Pam, for that. And may God bless you on your retirement. And I know you have a lot of grandkids, so you will have a lot of time to enjoy. So God bless you. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you. Well, Pam, I hate to see you go. I mean, we're always so helpful and always going above and beyond. And every time I see you, you always have this big old smile on your face, which makes me smile. And it makes everybody happy. And it's just so helpful. And just good luck. Hopefully you're going to start traveling and enjoy your family, but hopefully you're not a stranger. You come back and visit us when you can. So I'm so happy for you. I'm happy for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for photo ops.
Get back to her.
Well, she wants a picture.
Congratulations. And John, Vanessa's husband is here. Well, she have to do double work now. Okay, next is oral communications. May I ask Madam Clerk, go ahead and read the instruction for the record, please.
This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda or non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction, except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time, state your name and the city of residency, and for the record.
I just want to add to that. We have a resolution 4963, which passed many years ago by the previous council and mayor. That is the resolution of the mayor and the city council for the city of Westminster establishing rules of decorum and civility at city council meeting. I know that I've been reading this over and over again. I just want to be briefly on that. Let's treat everyone respectfully and make sure that we listen to each other. And please refrain any of the profanity language, because again, I have to remind you every time that we have students from high school and from homeschool. They do work they do listening to get extra credit. So I hope that you follow that, and if not, then I have to, as a presider, mayor, I have to stop that you from doing that. So would you please, Madam Clerk, go ahead and call for first speaker, please?
The first speaker is Deborah.
Oops. Good evening, Deborah Mariscal, Westminster since 2000. Council members, Mayor, Chief. First of all, I would like to say kudos to our police department for keeping Liberty Park pretty much homeless-free for a while. I don't know how you're doing it, but great job. And second kudos is to Councilmember Manzo. I reported rusted, badly deteriorated benches back in January through the city app. One of them was removed probably in February, but we had another one that was significantly rusted that would have been an issue if somebody sat on it, got cut, whatever. I posted something on one of the social media sites about it, and Councilmember Manzo jumped on it. That one was removed today, and another, or maybe yesterday, and another one that I had not reported. And so thank you for doing that. Now we just need to get new seats for people who want to watch basketball, because now it's BYOB, bring your own bench. You guys are supposed to laugh there. Item 5.3, financial status. We need to bring more businesses into our city. I don't think that we need to do any more tax increases. We've got to do something to get businesses into our city. I realize that the last council did not pass Measure Y, and we lost a pretty significant amount of tax income because we lost a quarter. I get that, but we need to be financially responsible, and I'm not really in support of increasing our taxes anymore. 6.1. I would like to think that we all want respect, right? You want it, and so do we. And no cell phones ringing. If you're not giving it, we're not going to be able to give it back. Please put your cell phones away. Don't text during the meeting. Don't take pictures of citizens. I've seen some things on social media about that. That was not cool. And pay attention. Signs are fine as far as I'm concerned. And I don't appreciate having our Zoom removed. I travel quite a bit, and I'm not able to be here in person, so you've taken away my ability to speak when I'm not able to come in person. And as far as making the starting time to 6 o'clock, how's that working out for you guys? I'm seeing meetings still going past 10, 11, or even later. Lastly, Westminster's a blend. We need to have all ethnicities taken care of, not just one.
Our next speaker is Nguyen Hung.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Carlos Manzo, for Fullerton University. Anyway, Cố vấn chính trị của Phó thị trưởng thành phố Westminster đã vi phạm nghị quyết 49 năm 33 của thành phố Westminster.
He said your advisor had violated resolution 4953 that you have passed.
Thưa quý vị, ngày 11 tháng 9 năm 2019, thành phố Westminster đã ra nghị quyết 49 năm 33 do đề nghị và soạn bởi nguyên thị trưởng Trí Tạ và nhanh chóng đã được thông qua bởi 5 nghị viên của thành phố là Trí Tạ, Carlos Manzo, Kimberly Hall, Tài Đỗ and Trí Nguyên.
On September 11, 2019, the City of Westminster issued Resolution 4953 proposed and drafted by former Mayor Taji Jitar and quickly approved by 5 city councilors, Chita, Carlos Manzo, Kimberly Ho, Taido, Charlie Ching Nguyen.
Nghị quyết này nhằm đề cao cờ vàng ba sọc đỏ, lá cờ di sản của Việt Nam Cộng Hòa và đã lên án các ký giả thân cộng và những người có quan điểm thân chính quyền Việt Nam đã tạo ra nhiều ngộ nhận trong cuộc sống của cư dân thành phố Westminster nói riêng và quận Cam nói chung.
This resolution aimed to uphold the yellow flag with 3 red stripes, the heritage flag of the Republic of Vietnam, and condemns pro-communist journalists and people with pro-Vietnamese views, which have created many misunderstandings in life of residents in the city of Westminster, in particular in Orange County in general.
Họ mượn cớ tấn công các nhà báo tại quận Cam đã đi về Việt Nam nhiều lần như là phố Bonsa TV, Việt Weekly Magazine và tôi, nhà báo Nguyễn Phương Hùng. Nhưng họ nhắm vào cá nhân tôi vì tôi thường khiếu nại những việc làm sai trái của họ trong các phiên họp của thành phố Westminster.
They used the excuse to attack journalists in Orange County who had traveled back to Vietnam many times, such as Formosa TV, Việt Weekly Magazine, and me, meaning Hồng Nguyen, journalist Nguyễn Phương Hùng. But they target me personally because I often complain about their wrongdoing during the regular session of the city of Westminster.
Tuần qua, ông Ngô Kỷ, một nhà hoạt động trong cộng đồng tại quận Cam, là một chính thức tố cáo ông Bùi Mạnh Cường, một cố vấn chính trị cho nhóm dân biểu Trần Thái Văn. Hiện nay, ông Bùi Mạnh Cường đang là trưởng ban vận động tranh cử cho ông Trần Thái Văn và chức vụ giám sát viên đơn vị 1 quận Cam. Ông cũng là nguyên trưởng ban vận động tranh cử cho ông Trần Thái Văn, dân biểu Tạ Đức Chí, Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Chí, Nam Quan Nguyễn và nhiều dân cử người Mỹ gốc Việt tại quận Cam.
Last week, Mr. Ki Ngo, a community activist in Orange County, officially denounced Mr. Bùi Mạnh Cường, a political advisor to the group of former Congressman Van Tran. Currently, Mr. Bùi Mạnh Cường is the head of the campaigning committee for Mr. Van Tran to be the supervisor of District 1, Orange County. He is also the former head of the campaign committee for Mr. Van Tran, Congressman Chita, Taji, Charlie Ching Nguyen, Nam Quan Nguyen, and many Vietnamese American political candidates in the Orange County.
Theo sự tố cáo của ông Ngô Kỷ, một nhà hoạt động trong cộng đồng nói nổi tiếng tại quận Cam, và tôi đã phối kiểm những tố cáo của ông Ngô Kỷ là chính xác và chúng tôi cực lực lên án nghị quyết 4953 của thành phố Westminster đã chấp thuận. Tôi cực lực lên án và đề nghị các dân cử Mỹ gốc Việt từng được ông Bùi Mạnh Cường làm cố vấn chính trị cần phải lên tiếng về việc này.
According to the denunciation of Mr. Ki Ngo, a well-known community activist in Orange County, and KBCHN TV double-checked the accusations of Mr. Ki Ngo. He strongly condemned the city's resolution 4953, which, according to him, violated. He strongly condemned the Vietnamese American elected officials who were once political advisors by Mr. Bùi Mạnh Cường must need to speak out about this.
Nghị quyết 4953 cần phải thu hồi vì ông Bùi Mạnh Cường đã về Việt Nam sống 3 tháng liên tục từ tháng Giêng đến tháng 4 năm 2023, trong khi ông đang là trưởng ban vận động tranh cử của ông Trần Thái Văn.
According to him, Resolution 4953 needs to be revoked because Mr. Cường Bùi returned to Vietnam, had lived there for 3 consecutive months from January to April 2023, while he still is the head of the campaign board for Mr. Van Tran.
Ông Bùi Mạnh Cường đã trao tặng quà cho các viên chức lãnh đạo và đảng viên nòng cốt của Đảng Cộng sản Việt Nam trong thời gian ở Việt Nam.
Mr. Cường Bùi presented gifts to leading officials and key members of the Communist Party of Vietnam during his stay in Vietnam.
Ông Nguyễn Nam Quan cũng đã vi phạm nghiêm trọng nghị quyết 4953, đã đi khi tự ý gặp Tổng lãnh sự Nguyễn Trác Toàn vào ngày 11 tháng 9 năm 2020.
Also seriously violated Resolution 4953.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, before you call up the second, let me have a few moments.
Absolutely.
I was about to interrupt you, but then I let you finish this time, but I will revisit this with our city attorney. First, I have to apologize for those who name mentioned because you are not here to defend yourself. You are supposed to address to the council, not to blame on anybody. That's number one. Number two, Bùi Mạnh Cường is not my advisor, and this is a totally accusation, and you take it into the context, and that is not supposed to be bring up to the tonight meeting. I would like to ask right now, let me ask City Attorney, can you clarify that for me, please? If I were to jump in and stop them from, accusing people or this and that, and when they are not here.
I think the better course of action is what you just did, which was a brief clarification of the comment. What you did was appropriate after they're completed. It's
All right.
better not to interrupt.
So thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead and call this next speaker.
Thank you, Madam. Our next speaker is Tim Hogan.
It's arithmetic. You hear it all the time. It's just math. In other words, it's self-evident, so basic anyone can understand. The dire state of our city's finances, however, are simpler, for even a child can grasp the danger. It's arithmetic. We have limited reserves, and for every dollar we acquire, we spend $1.25. Do the arithmetic. It's unsustainable. Many of us addressed this council numerous times last year in support of what would be Measure Y. Despite all, the council consumed its time then, as it does so much of today, with the immaterial and the irrelevant. The wasteful spending, the obsession with issues outside our control, the pettifoggery and the bickering, all of this wastes our time, drains what little resources we have, and does nothing to solve the central issue of our day, our lack of money. The chance to place the 0.5% tax proposed in tonight's agenda was needlessly lost last year in the senseless chaos of confusion caused by this council's inability to act. And this paralysis continues to this day. Time after time, we see valid proposals crushed for no good reason. Even the mall redevelopment seems to be falling apart, with only one developer reported to be interested now in moving forward. I predict we'll ultimately see far more housing and nowhere near as much commercial development when this all plays out. With so much lost commerce and so many cash-only businesses refusing to collect taxes, this proposed 0.5% tax may prove insufficient to move us forward. Like the Red Queen and Alice, we will run twice as fast to get half as far, for the tax will be a larger cut of an ever-shrinking pie. The favorite argument council gave to oppose putting Measure Y on the ballot was a desire not to raise taxes. Yet if we don't solve our financial quagmire, you'll tax us all with reduced services, delayed maintenance, unaddressed pestilence, and civic decay, taxes from which there will be no relief. 8 months since Y passed, and we're told bankruptcy may be only 3 years away. This does not instill faith. I hear often, why give more money to a council that can't manage what they have? Sadly, I must admit, I have no answer, and yet I see no alternative. Y was supposed to be a stopgap, a temporary fix while the council got our finances in order. Now, with no viable alternative available, an additional tax seems the best course, much as we citizens prefer a more innovative, creative approach. That just isn't in the cards. It's time for you to act, and putting the 0.5% before the voters is a wise decision. You must act, and to do so, you just need to recognize the pluses and mostly minuses of this city. It's simple. It's arithmetic.
Our next speaker is Kim Springer.
Hello, City Council. Hello, Chief. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak with you, but at this time, I would like to address Amy Fan West directly. While I appreciate your passion for issues at the state and federal level, and I believe they are important and can affect our city, I believe too much emphasis is given to this, and more attention should be given to the people of District 1 and the City of Westminster. Little Saigon plays an important role in our history, no doubt, but it is not the entire city. District 1 has its own set of issues that need to be addressed, and here are some examples. The street vendors. I know the second reading was done, and we're past the 30-day waiting period, so my concern is, have the vendors complied with the regulations set forward? And if not, who's going to enforce this? Is it code enforcement, or is it the officers, or the police? I'd love to help, honestly. The homeless encampment off Willow Lane that materialized after the closing of the 405 North Willow exit, it's huge. I'd hate to run a business over there. The area behind the gas station off Willow and Milton, the green fencing surrounding the property is continuing falling down, and it's an eyesore for over 25 years. The ongoing graffiti that the West 13 gang is doing all over. It's more and more. Would you feel safe coming to this area if you see this? I hate inviting people over. These are just a few examples of issues that stick out. It goes without saying, our area is starting to look more run down, which affects homeowners and home prices, which ultimately affects property taxes and income into the city. Last but not least, Amy, I was disappointed by the disrespect you showed a recent resident named Danny at a previous council meeting, not even looking or acknowledging him while he was respectfully talking about issues in District 1. As an elected official, people will love you or hate you. But I do know they deserve your respect. You were elected for a common goal to support District 1. You love to use the word transparency. I would like for you to be transparent in your position as a city leader, not someone looking to move up a political ladder. It's not about personal recognition here. We need to fight for Westminster. Please be part of the solution, not the problem. Thank you.
I don't normally do this, but I know that our WPD had take action on the vendor street when we get to 30-day time frame. And I'd like to give them, I don't want to discredit them, so why don't they go ahead and briefly respond to your question.
So actually, I can answer
Okay, Christine,
that. Yeah,
okay,
so
all right,
so I can actually answer that. So we had indicated previously that because this is a very sensitive issue, that we were going to roll out with a workshop with materials. So we're looking to ramp that in the next couple of weeks once we're done with our materials, and then we're also going to assign staff that's going to be going out in the evenings to meet the street vendors, because as we know, not all of them operate in the daytime. Some do, but not all. We're also in contact with other agencies that would be related to the street vendors. So whether it's healthcare agency, into trying to put together that workshop, so trying to finalize a date for that, so that we can assist anyone who needs assistance in in our 3 languages. To go through that process. And so hopefully we would be looking, maybe to start, by the end of the summer. So it is a little bit more than our 30 days, obviously, of enacting the ordinance, but it does allow some time to get with outreach and ensure that everyone understands and we have all the materials ready. So.
Yep, thank you very much. I hope that answered part of your question, because I know that they've been working on it. I will stop there. Okay, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Michael.
Thank you. Amy, last meeting, your comments towards the city manager and the city staff were reprehensible. What you essentially did is you insulted them and accused them of lying about the contractor for the billboard contract. That's not what you do. You're not involved in those negotiations. That's why you have an entire city staff. So maybe you should pay attention to that. And I don't know where the invisible man went, but he's been gone now. You and he show up at a Memorial Day event and act like it's a photo op, standing in front of that statue representing those men that died protecting Vietnam, the men and women that died over there in all of the US wars. And you treated it like a photo op. My friends' names are on that wall. And that offended the hell out of me. How about growing up? Another thing, while I'm on a hot roll here, speaking of photo ops, the Invisible Man misses a meeting yesterday, but boy, he showed up for the photo op for the groundbreaking. He made sure of that. I'm surprised he started walking away from the photo op here this evening. Last but not least, how many more of our First Amendment rights are going to be squelched here? 6.1, I wish I had all the backup information that this city council had. But just be careful when you start stepping over those First Amendment boundaries, that stuff will come back and bite you right in the backside. And you'll find yourself either being sued by a private citizen or an entity or something like that. You may find yourself behind the 8 ball having to explain why there's arbitrary rules against this. I'm done. Every time I come in here, every meeting I come in here, it gets more and more disgusting. I was an elected official. I didn't act like that.
Our next speaker is Tina.
Good evening. I also made some flyers for you too as well, a pamphlet, you want to call it. Hauka, my name is Tina. I'm a mother of 3 boys, and I haven't seen my boys in 2 years. They were kidnapped due to domestic violence. I'm a victim of mental abuse, verbal abuse, and sexual abuse in Westminster School District. When I was 7 years old, I was molested by a female babysitter. I had told my husband over the years, and my husband knew this and used this against me with my middle school bullies that turned into high school bullies, and now they are city leaders, just as like Pam here, her whole family. I had to escape this domestic violence. But how, when I had no support, no family, and all your family members are pedophiles hiding with your own uncle working for the LAPD, I had to fight. I had to create a city group called Westminster Hope and Opportunity on Facebook, also known as WHO. Amy West, you have to remember me. If you don't, that's not my fault, but it's your problem because I'm going to seek justice and hope, and I hope your people will spend the rest of your life in prison. I'm a medium and a psychic that hears my ancestors and those war drums. Shame on you for letting these children down. What kind of parent are you? All of you. What kind of parents are you? How can you sit there and let your people keep suffering, especially the children? What kind of humans are you? Because all I see is a genocide. I respect the 3-minute rule because I can do a lot in 3 minutes. Musicians can write their life in a song. For those people who love to complain about the 3-minute speaking time, organization is key. Less is more. For the people, I'm showing my offsprings how a chief and a warrior can be 2 different things. But if life makes you become both, make magic out of it, be a good ancestors, and the universe will reward you in so many ways. Everyone needs help. Help should be welcomed and free. We just don't start off running. It's baby steps. It's cleaning house, and time is up. And I also thank you for the Westminster Police Department and Fire Department because I was hit by a car. It was another teenager. And this is the second time I was hit by a teenager going down Westminster. And I almost lost my firstborn son because of a teenager. And now I don't have my sons. And this is a story that I'll tell them. Thank you for your time.
On behalf of the City Council, sorry to hear what's happened to you. Hope that you will soon recover.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Good evening. Congrats to our PD for participating in the Special Olympics torch run and to our explorers for winning first place in crime scene investigation at the Vegas competition. Item 5.3, the matrix implies this was to be a study session. Enhancement, no, this would be a new 1/2 cent sales tax increase ballot measure. Council does not raise taxes, only the voters can. Council must not suppress our right to vote, but you extremists will try. Item 5.4, no, a public affairs consultant for federal legislative advocacy services? You mean lobbyist. Lipstick on a pig. Friend of yours looking for a lucrative gig again, like Deja Vu, Tyler Dipp. Our leadership team already works closely with our U.S. Representative Michelle Steele's office. When a city hires a federal lobbyist, it's usually because they have a shovel-ready large project that they are seeking major funding for. You too should stop obsessing about federal and state issues and start focusing on our city issues. Item 5.5, oh my God, for F's sake, do we really have to listen to Amy grandstand again after wasting 40 minutes of our time at a prior meeting over this BS? Poor little baby wants her name in lights. Amy, narcissists have an unreasonable high sense of self-importance and seek too much attention and admiration at the expense of others. The format of staff reports is an administrative decision. Everyone tried to explain this to you, Amy, that when the council body votes to request a subsequent item be brought back, regardless of who suggested it or who made the motion, it rightfully comes from administration. So get over yourself, woman. Item 6.1, you are targeting my freedom of speech unconstitutionally based on my sign content. If my sign said, Charlie's awesome, Amy's smart, and Amquan is great, we would not be here. My signs are 8.5 by 11. They do not disrupt meetings or city business and do not block people's view. You three tyrants have already slashed our speaking time 40%, eliminated our Zoom access, tried to intimidate us with threats, attacks, rude comments, inflammatory speeches, constant interruptions, and even photographed us from the dais. If I wear a shirt that has messages you don't like, are you going to make me strip right here at the podium? FYI, Fullerton has no sign size limit, and they allow public comments on every agenda item and Zoom access. And in my 25 years of local activism, I've never seen such a sick and twisted authoritarian council majority. Mark my words, this is going to backfire on you. Hey, Charlie, some questions, not allegations. Where were you right before you smashed that Tesla into a local business on May 27th? A restaurant or perhaps Andrew Doe's office upstairs? Were you or anyone else drinking? Who was your passenger? Was it your Tesla or someone else's? Why did you address this only on Vietnamese media? Hey, didn't you already also have another serious car accident on March 31st? We don't need to worry about the city driving out our small businesses because we have a mayor that drives into them and destroys them. Way to go, Charlie. Now, I have a handout that was supposed to be handed out to you. It's basically the city's Code of Ethics and Conduct for elected officials and the Public Official and Employee Interaction Ordinance, and I've highlighted all the clauses that you three violate on a regular basis. Read it.
Our next speaker is Jessica.
You can also read the next person so that they can prepare.
And right after Jessica, our final speaker is Kai. All right, good evening. My name is Jessica Losnow. I'm a resident of Westminster, and I live in District 1. As a taxpayer, I'm here tonight to voice my concern about a costly decision that you'll be discussing. It's the proposal to hire a public affairs consultant for federal legislative advocacy. That's a mouthful. While I understand the importance of advocacy, I believe that our city simply does not have the financial resources right now to consider such an endeavor. The residents of Westminster entrust you with the responsibility to manage our tax dollars wisely, and we rely on you to make decisions that prioritize our needs by addressing the most important pressing issues affecting our community, like economic development, infrastructure, and public safety. Hiring a public affairs consultant for federal legislative advocacy is undoubtedly an expensive endeavor. These consultants often command high fees for their services, which will burden our already strained budget. Please remember that every dollar spent on hiring such consultants will be a dollar taken away from crucial local projects and services that directly impact our lives. Furthermore, I think our city already has capable and experienced staff working to advocate for our interests.
They possess a deep understanding of our city's needs and our city's assets. Instead of outsourcing this responsibility, we should empower our existing staff by providing them with the resources they need to effectively advocate for our city's priorities. And it's important to note that each of you have channels for communicating and advocating for our concerns with federal representatives. You could work with state representatives, senators, other local governments to ensure that our voices are heard at the federal level without the need to hire an additional public affairs and consultant. So as a taxpayer and resident, I ask that you keep my concerns in mind when discussing the proposal, and I really think it's time to focus on being fiscally responsible by allocating our limited resources where they're most needed. Thank you for your time and attention.
Our final speaker is Kai.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something to address?
Okay. You
Jessica,
respond to
briefly?
that?
Yeah.
Okay, briefly.
So Jessica, I appreciate your concern and letting us know. City Manager, are you able to let us know if the agenda is approved tonight regarding a advocacy for federal funding? That you can let the public know, is it public record that they can know how much it costs for that?
So, yeah, so as part of the RFP process, if the council tonight wishes for the city to move forward with an RFP process, part of that RFP process will include soliciting, obviously qualifications, but it also does include rates. So at some point before the council, when you go to approve a firm or an advocate, it will include a cost. So you'll learn what the cost would be.
So that's perfect. So Jessica, please follow up on that cost. And then also want to know, as a business owner, I just want you to know that we have to always put money in before we can get things in return. As you know, our city is pretty much in a deficit in the next few years, 2 to 3 years. So this is another
We'll
way
talk
for
about
us
it
to get
just
money.
briefly.
Yeah. So it's another way for
No.
us to get money
Please.
into this city.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I'm so glad that you called off your dogs. I don't see any more attack dogs. Well, you look around and the residents that's been speaking tonight, do you think they are Vietnamese communist cronies? You think that they're being paid by Hoan Kieu? Or are they being paid by Council Kimberly Ho or Phat Bui? They're not. Neither am I. Just so you know. And talk about, I'm glad some residents brought up the issues of bickering. Like I said, you brought it upon yourself. Instead of fighting the communists, doing it outside of the city, you brought it into City Hall. And now you're gonna serve the tycoons, like before the month before, you run after Mr. David Young to apologize to him, and now you're kowtowing to Chiu Phat, to Frank Jiao, offering to build him a parking lot structure costing, I heard, dozens, $50 million, using the excuse that he's agreeing to put up a flag, the Republic of South Vietnam flag. That flag is going to cost the city $50 million. That's why I said, you guys are self-serving. You only serve yourself, self-interest group. You're cronies of the tycoons. Then I brought up the issue of bankruptcy when I first ran in 2012. And you deny it. And now you're stealing my idea and you said you're going to turn Little Saigon into a tourist attraction, but you're doing it all wrong. You're just liars. That's why we need to break up the Gang of Three. It's a cancer to our city. I guess it's too much trouble to recall you, Charlie. But tonight, I publicly demand and request that you tell Nam Quang to resign, because we need to break you guys up. You guys don't serve the city. You get the majority to serve the tycoons, to make money for yourself. If he does not resign, we will recall him. Get the message.
Yes, I do get the message, but please be respectful. Next.
We have no further speakers, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. At this point here, we are moving to consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request of that specific item be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. With that, I move to approve the consent calendar, unless you have any of the council approve any item.
Second.
I'm hearing none of council approving the consent calendar, so move by Mayor Nguyen and seconded by Councilmember Menzo.
Before we vote, I have a question for City Manager. The 3.3, the Juneteenth, is that going to come back in the future?
It's going to be today, it's just approve it, and next meeting is going to be presentation.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, I have a motion moved by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilmember Monzo. We'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
Thank you very much. Next is 5.1, status report from the Be Well My OC service agreement. May I ask to have a representative or staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'd like to introduce the CEO of Be Well, Marshall Moncrief. Before I do so, I do want to add that their contract, funds for their contract were approved with ARPA funding, so there is no cost or expenditures from our general fund. This was all federally funded. I'm available for questions after the presentation. Marshall?
Hi, Mayor and Council, thank you very much for having us. I'm gonna, are you guys gonna do the bit from there? Oh, okay, great. We've got a few slides for you just to talk about the context of the program and then be available for questions. Oh, great. Here we are. So a quick bit of background. I've been working in the hospitals of Orange County for some time, since 2000, and had responsibility for mental health across several hospitals, St. Joe's, St. Jude's, Mission, and at one point Hoag. And that includes responsibility for mental health in the emergency departments. The reason I bring that up is when you're in an emergency department overseeing the mental health services, you're on the front lines of seeing the fragmentation in the mental health system. And so there's really two services out in communities that were not designed to bear the burden for these challenges in the community, and that yet they carry the major brunt of it. That's law enforcement and EMS and the hospital emergency rooms. And so several of us set out, this is around 2017, to try to unify community to create service solutions for this growing need in the community. And that collaborative effort is called Be Well Orange County. And I was asked to step out of the hospitals and stand up the organization and the coalition as a going community concern. And so some of you might have heard of the facility that we've created in the city of Orange. That's a mental health services facility. We have another one in development in Irvine. And one of the most important things that we've done in collaboration with cities and in service with law enforcement is create a mobile program that can go out into the community to meet people's needs right where they are in community. Some of these people might be suffering from homelessness. Many of them may be housed, working, contributing members of your community and still struggling. And so Westminster PD and Westminster EMS and Fire, just like so many cities in Orange County, get thousands of calls a year where they're called out to address mental health concerns, substance use concerns, homeless concerns. And they end up doing social work instead of being available for policing. It's a tremendous burden on law enforcement and EMS, and community members aren't afforded services that might otherwise benefit them in getting them into care. And so we're very appreciative of this council, the consideration of this program, Chief Linier and the entire team of this opportunity to demonstrate some positive impact for the community. So brief kind of run through the program. You see this blue van up on the screen. There'll be a blue van that looks just like that, specifically designed for the city of Westminster. It'll have your logo on the side of it. And the vans are staffed by a 2-person team of mental health care workers and available at a 12-hour chunk of time. We work subservient to law enforcement. So the chief tells us what to do, where to be, and how to do it. And so we're not here to run our own show. We're here to support law enforcement, support EMS, and support your community. So the way this thing works, and this is sort of a picture of just driving through a city, but we'll also be at local businesses, at faith community. We end up at schools, anywhere somebody has a challenge. See if I can get this thing forward. There we go. All right. Well, there's the picture that just described everything I was talking about. It's a partnership with law enforcement. The way this works is oftentimes community, when they're struggling or they're observing somebody struggling in the community, they'll call 911 or the non-emergency line. It goes to dispatch, and dispatch historically has had 3 tools to deploy: an ambulance, a fire truck, or a police car. And what we're offering is a 4th tool, which is that blue van staffed with those mental health workers. And so under the chief's direction, we'll be given very specific parameters about what constitutes an appropriate call for us to go out on versus law enforcement to go out on. So these are this service will deal with nonviolent, non-criminal, mental health, substance use, homelessness, and social services related calls, which relieves law enforcement and optimizes their deployment. That's the focus, and that's the gist of how it works. I think I have 1 more or 2 more slides here. Most folks do not involve transport. Oftentimes we're able to stabilize their needs in community and get them to services that they might benefit from. And sometimes they do need transport, and that's why we have the van. And so we can safely transport people anywhere that they need to go. One of those places could be the Be Well Clinic that I was mentioning that we built in the city of Orange about 2 years ago. And so that facility has sobering center, mental health urgent care for adolescents as well as adults. It has a whole host of substance use and mental health treatment services. And we can take anybody there regardless of their insurance or their status of whether they're housed or not. And so it's extremely flexible. Sometimes we have to take people to a clinic because they need medications. Sometimes they just need a ride to a shelter, something like that. In one recent interaction in a city, there was a mom who was there with her 2-year-old child, and the mom was having a manic episode. And so we were there to both stabilize the situation, protecting the child, and get the child into care, and get the mom into treatment. And then they were reunited once she was stabilized. So there's lots of we could share lots of stories about things like that. So this is a compassionate, clinically informed way to address the needs of the community. There's a whole bunch of data here, and I won't go through all of them. They'll be available as you have questions. I'm glad to share them. But this is a snapshot view of, not easy to read here on the screen, but hundreds and hundreds of calls a month were available to go respond to, relieving law enforcement. Why don't I pause there and be available to questions?
I want, on behalf of the City Council, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for your collaboration with our law enforcement to take care for our residents here. So let start with District 1, Councilmember West. Yeah, yep, yep.
Thank you. Can you come back to me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, then next district number 2.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for, serving our community. I know this is really important. The past council allocated the funding for Be Well. That past council, we knew, what was important for our community with the uptick in homelessness and other domestic issues. So I'm glad that we were able to fund this with some of the ARPA money that we had available to us. So I'm really excited to have you and your staff in our community and assisting our police department. And you already touched on a lot of the things that I have, concerns about. That our officers are always constantly, they're, like you mentioned, in a split second, they got to be, in a minute, their safety, but then also they're, like you said, had to advise or care, socially and mentally and sometimes domestically. Sometimes when they go to domestic calls, their family disputes, husband and wife issues and that sort. So it's our police department is really stretched out. I had a question when you mentioned the calls you come on, or maybe this is a police chief question. Our dispatch, are they receiving some training as far as when they're to call Be Well, when they're dispatched?
Yes, Councilman, they're receiving that kind of training. In fact, training's already began with Be Well staff, and I'd also like to point out we actually have a van. In fact, many of you might see it when you walk out to your cars tonight on where we're parking it between the police department and City Hall. Their staff has been in training with our staff for, I believe, 40 hours now, or going to be 40 hours. And then they will actually be on our primary radio frequency. So they are able to hear the calls for service, hear the requests for them. Dispatch can directly send them to calls for service and needs. So to answer your question, yes.
Good, thank you. And you're already in I think you already started, right, correct? In June 1st, or what was it? You're out there.
So the training has already started and has been ongoing this month. The actual kickoff date where they should be solo in the field, able to respond to calls, will be July 1st.
Okay, beautiful. And that's all I got for now. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mayor.
before we go on, do you have more presentation to made, or
You know, Mayor, if you
done?
wanted me to go through more slides of data,
Yeah.
we can, and we're happy to, but it's probably most productive if I can be available to your questions.
Right, then let's move to the third district, Councilmember Ho.
I know you were in the middle of your presentation there, and so the slide, the last slide, what is that supposed to show me, tell me? Yeah, the data, with all cities, so that's just to show that all cities are.
Yeah, let me get
that's it.
there.
No, the one you were, yeah, that. No,
This one?
that, yes.
This one, council member?
Yes.
Yeah, and so what we're showing here down below, thanks for pausing on this and asking the question. Down below, there's a legend there, and it shows the cities that we're currently active in, and the line graph showing the number of encounters that we have each month in each of those cities. And then the top line that really spikes up high in the upper right, that's the aggregate encounters we have.
Combining all, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I would like you to go through the rest of the slide.
Sure, happy to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where do I go for Vice Mayor? Do you have any question?
Okay, happy to move forward. Thank you. And so, so it's hundreds of calls a month in each city. We suspect that it will be the same way for Westminster, and we can bring some real relief to law enforcement and EMS. You'll expect to see the number start off a little slow and then incrementally get bigger. And that's going to come with trust that we develop with law enforcement. And so we're going to be working very closely under Chief and his team, and they're going to graduate us out as they feel safe with our capabilities. So the number will grow incrementally. The next slide shows our average response times. And so what you're seeing is a comparison between data from the month of April to in total from inception to now. And so the average response time is between 12 to 13 minutes. So we can get there pretty quickly. The average time on scene is about 30 minutes. This is an aggregate time, and so it varies by city. And so we're in Garden Grove with some similar dynamics to Westminster. And some of those call times can be extensive. And so if we're working with someone who's unhoused, who has a severe mental illness, we might end up spending an hour and a half or more. The situation I described with the mom and the daughter, we were there for 2.5 hours. That was 2.5 hours that wasn't tying up your police department, and they were able to be available to the community with their unique contribution. So that's what some of this data is talking about, and we're happy to break down and provide to you city by city data if you'd be interested in that. Garden Grove might be the most relevant, and happy to share it. You'll get a report like this every single month at the start of the month, like clockwork, as long as we're with you.
At this time, I would like to open up for any council if you have any questions. So go ahead.
There's more.
There is one more. I'm so
Oh,
sorry. Yes.
okay. All right.
Thank you, City Manager Porter. This shows the co-response, which is another important data point. And so you can see the big portion of the pie chart, 78%. That's saying 78% of the time we don't have to bother law enforcement or EMS to go with us. We've been trained sufficiently enough, have trust sufficiently enough to go out and deal with the calls our own, and so we can free their time up. In some instances, 19% of the time total, we will have to co-respond with law enforcement, and that's to make sure the situation's safe. This gives statistics on the amount of people that are unhoused versus housed, and it's been running like this basically since the beginning. About 70%, 75% are unhoused, and about 25 to 30% are housed. And so on any given day, we might be out at the encampment that somebody was mentioning earlier at 6 a.m. And at 7 a.m., we're in the living room of someone's home who runs a notable business in this community. By 12 p.m., we've probably gone to a school or inside a business. And so we really have the flexibility to go wherever the need is and assist in whatever way that needs assistance.
So when did you start with working with WPD here in City of Westminster? When?
Well, we've been training so far, and so throughout the rest of the month of June, we'll continue training with Chief and his team,
Okay.
and then we should graduate out July 1st,
Okay.
and that'll be baby steps. And so we'll go do some rides, we'll check back in with law enforcement, make sure things are going to their standard, and then the scope will start
Okay.
expanding.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else?
So I do see that's more in an increment with time-wise that you're going to reallocate to go out. So I believe that the first chunk of time would be from what, would you say 8 to 7 p.m., 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., and then you guys switch up to different increment as the needs are requested?
Yes, so first, it is based on our needs. We are also going to analyze data based on call volume to see when the best time to have them out there is. In addition to that, and as you're aware, you've actually gone out on a couple operations, and I know many of you have. We will have to alter hours during those operations so we can put them where they're needed.
Okay, and I'm so happy, may I make a statement? I was able to catch one of your guys out there with the van a couple days ago. And Kevin was there, Mr. McCormack was there. So, you know, it's awesome to see what they do and how they can provide an extra arm to the police department. So I thought that was great. And as well as this is one example where federal funding is actually covering the cost for the city of Westminster. So we can afford to help, you know, mental illness like what you listed, those homelessness, you know, helping with sobering, mental health for youth and adults, ride to shelter and medical help. I mean, those are superb, and that's what the city needs. And thank you, staff, for allowing, you know, getting those funding to help us in the city. So that's great. I think this is a great program.
My final comment is that I think you hit the nail in the head right when you show the van and you have you said that the city logo is right next to the BWOW. So I'm glad that this is the partnership between your company and the city of Westminster. So this would say a lot. It meant a lot to us and to our community.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it might have been on your next slide there, the number of vehicles. So you have one van, and then you have what is that? A Navigator. And can you go over that, please?
Sure. And so this is the launch timeline, so that you can see all the activities underway. And so we do have the van, as the chief was mentioning. That van exists. It's for Westminster, nobody else. It's already outfitted and ready to go. We have already begun onboarding the majority of the staff who are training with the chief and his team, and we'll be fully staffed up and ready to go in July, as we shared. When you see the little acronyms, CIS or Navigator, the CIS is the Crisis Intervention Specialist. And so those are mental health workers. They have a varying range of backgrounds. Some of them might be LVNs from a psychiatric hospital, or some of them might be EMTs who have a particular passion around mental health and experience. We have licensed providers too, licensed clinical social workers, some psych docs. So it's a real vast array of folks. And then the Navigator is there as almost a case manager. And so when we're dealing with somebody who's got ongoing challenges, we can follow up and make sure they're getting connected to the support that they need to get connected to.
So that they're and these folks, CIS, they travel in other vehicles, supporting the van, people in the van.
They do, and this is an opportunity to make something really clear. This team is your team. And so the team that we're hiring on is specific to you. And so they won't be anywhere else but Westminster. So they'll come to know your community. They'll know the people on the street. They'll know the people in the businesses. They'll get to know your community really well. We do have a couple of leaders of this program that I'd like to introduce you to. So Catherine Hamill is our Vice President of Operations, and so she oversees all of the cities. Catherine is a retired lieutenant of the police department herself, and then as an underachiever went ahead and got her PhD and is a mental health professional on top of it. So kind of perfectly suited for this role. And then Jessica is our Director of Outreach and Education. And so Jessica is a military veteran and also has a master's degree in education. And so she's creating the program manuals for this mobile program, which we think will end up being the training manual for the entire country. Programs like this are catching hold around the country because the need is so high, but there hasn't been a standardized training manual or education manual. So Jessica's creating that for us.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and you're going to go over with us.
Charlie?
Yes.
Did we go around already?
Well, I'll open up for everyone. If you have any.
Do you have any questions?
I just want to clarify that we have one van exclusively for Westminster.
You do, and then we have a backup van as well. So if there's any maintenance issues that comes up, then we bring the backup van. So you'll never be down because of a maintenance issue.
I see. That's all. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I have a few questions for you and the chief.
Sure.
I saw the slides, and I think what you guys have done for Gun Grove is very good. But I always go with a number. I expect results.
Yes.
So I believe that the city allocate $1.8 million for this program, right? Am I right?
That's from.
I believe it's just under $1 million for multiple years.
Okay, so if we would just do a simple math, if we, how many SLO that we can hire with $1 million?
What position, I'm sorry? for the same amount of time, we can actually hire a few HLOs, yes, per year.
Can a few, when you say a few, like, let's say 3, 4, or 5?
Our finance director has a fully
So
burdened cost.
probably, and this is just a rough order of magnitude, probably about 4. The difference, though, Vice Mayor, is with ARPA funds, we wouldn't be able to hire any. However, we could use ARPA funds to hire Be Well. So the big difference is you're writing the check if you want to hire more HLOs,
All right.
and the federal government's writing the check if we want to hire Be Well.
Okay, yeah, that's make a big difference. Okay, so once we activate this program with Be Well, what the benefit of in terms of police response that we have here? Can we like reduce police response to accidents or like anything that happened that and residents call in?
Yes, so they wouldn't respond necessarily to a traffic accident. However, they would respond to any individual in crisis mode or needing some type of help related to that. So there was one slide with 2 graphs on it, I'll call them rainbow graphs, that indicated how much time they save law enforcement. One was 75% and one was 70%, I believe. So they're going to save us a tremendous amount of time. That would be either an HLO or a police officer that is stuck on that call, and they work in 2s just like Be Well. So that's 2 police officers taken out of our queue for dispatch to send to emergencies that would be stuck on that call, as the CEO mentioned, sometimes for hours, that they are now stuck on a call with an individual that's having a mental crisis or something similar, that now they cannot go to all the, and you see the items of interest. A lot of dangerous calls are happening every day, and now we have 2 less police officers to send on those calls. With Be Well takes over that call for us, and once it's rendered safe, those officers are now back in the queue, and dispatch can send them to emergencies that are coming up. And if I may say so, is their staff is much more better trained than even our HLOs. These are counselor level people. You've kind of heard their pedigrees. Our police officers are very, very well trained, but they have to be trained in so many things that having an expert in that field versus a police officer that has to do so many things, the citizen or the community member that is having the crisis will be better served by Be Well.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Just out of curious, I would like to know how often that our police departments encounter people with mental illness, like a monthly or annually up to now. Just give me a number.
So this will be about approximate. I'm going to go with the majority of our homeless. Those are the stats I kind of have in my mind right now, and I think most would agree that most homeless are suffering from mental illness, substance abuse, things like that. We go on approximately 5,000, maybe 6,000 calls a quarter with those homeless. I'm not saying that Be Well would be needed on every one of those calls, but they would be needed on many. So I suspect once it gets off the ground, once our staff is used to working with their staff, once they kind of get seasoned at where to go, what to do, and we get used to one another, I would think that we will have similar statistics as Garden Grove, and you can see that in your packet with the bar graph.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. You back.
Okay, at this point, I'd like to move to receive and file the status report.
I second.
If anyone have additional comment, then let me know. We have motion and second. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much.
A motion by Mayor Nguyen and seconded by Council Member Ho. Please make a roll call.
Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
All right, next item is to continue from the May 24th, 2023 City Council meeting, City Council appointment to Westminster Community Foundation, and this is for Councilmember Kimberly Ho to appointee. So,
Yes, thank you. I would like to appoint Mr. Frank Berry.
okay, if there's no objection, I would second that. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen, and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
5.3, a strategic plan, goal number 1, achieve financial stability. For this one, let me go ahead and start out first because I know that I have the opportunity with some of our council members in the previous council. Up to now, we have 3 different strategic plans, and I can tell that every time that we get together and have a strategic plan, and we work sometimes the whole day, we always put financial goals in our number 1. Despite that we have seen what presented to us last time in the budget study and also in the budget study yesterday, it seems scary for us to adopt a physical budget when we see that we are going in the red. So with that, I see we either have to continue to suffer from servicing to our resident. That means we don't have adequate services provided to them, or we have to endure with the loss of service. And I know that financial is very important to us, that we have to discuss about. With that, I think that one of the questions that I asked staff during the budget study session, that if we seeing no other ways to raise fund or get revenue to the city, and for the government is getting the revenue for the city, it take some time, a while to get that. And I understand where we are coming from. With the 1% tax that we renew is not enough for us to cover up to 2026, 2027. So with that, I guess I ask staff, especially financial director, to look into the study or possibility of bringing back the 0.5%, and let us know if we move with the 0.5%, how is it going to turn out in the next 4 or 5 years, so that our city council have a understanding of that 0.5% tax will help us in what way. Right now, I go back to council comment. Let's go to Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was reading the report, Aaron. I do understand on page 4 to 6, stating that the City of Westminster Orange County Transportation Authority, OCTA, already secured the 0.5%, and that they might take the county, the OCTA might take the other 0.5 that's left. Is that correct?
I don't know if they will. They could. So I don't know of anything currently, but it's a possibility that they could, or another county agency could, or the county could. So any taxing agency, or any agency that can collect taxes could take it.
Okay, do you have anywhere that stated that? Any link that I can study up on? Do you have any link?
So the definition, and I have this in the presentation if you would like a presentation, but the definition of a district per the Revenue and Taxation Code, which a district is a city, a county, a city and a county, or any government entity authorized to impose a transaction and use tax pursuant to this code, or this section, which is 7252. And the same Revenue and Taxation Code, 7251.1, is what authorizes the 2% total transaction use tax without special legislation. So some counties, agencies, Los Angeles especially, has gotten an extra. They can do 3%, but the state limits it to 2 unless there's special legislation.
Okay, I understand that. If you can, actually, what I was looking more for is where did it say, state that any county entity can take it? I just want, a link that you have or anything that I can study up on. Can you bring it back to me, into the council?
It's the Revenue and Taxation Code that I've referenced in the staff report. So yes.
Okay, can you print that? I just like to read everything on here. I don't see that on here. I just see your report.
Okay, I can print the Revenue and Taxation Code for you.
That'd be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. And then also, I was thinking too, because on this, today is basically for us to receive and file. I understand, like our yesterday meeting, that our budget, is in crisis. Basically, in the next 2 to 3 years, we will have a deficit. It's unfortunate, but like I mentioned again, I don't see any solution, as I feel like we need some other way in writing. I mean, the best advice I got from staff, Chief Lenny, is that, we need things in writing before we approve or anything like that. I think that's great across the board. It's important because if you guys are telling me that you guys have studied every avenue to make sure that we look at everything, I want to see that in writing. As an elected official, it helps me to make better decision for my constituent District 1. So what I end up doing, talking to a couple cities and elected official and see what they've been doing, their advice, as well as investors and business owner in our city here. And this is what I have. I wrote down Westminster Recovery Plan. To sustain a city of Westminster, California from bankruptcy, several steps can be taken. Here is a general outline of measure that we can implement it. Number 1, financial assessment. Conduct a thorough financial assessment of the city's current situation. Aaron, I know that we've done that. Identifying the root cause of the financial distress, including budget deficit, excessive spending, and declining revenues. So I feel we haven't dig deep into that yet.
We actually have, and I have a report on that. It was done prior to Measure SS, and I can certainly provide that. It was presented to council.
The financial distress, if you can provide that for me, that's great. And then 2, budget review. Analyze the city's budget and identify area where expenses can be reduced or eliminated. This may involve scrutinizing all departments and programs, and making tough decisions to cut back on non-essential expenses. And then 3, revenue generation, exploring opportunities to increase revenues for the city. This can be done through a combination of strategies such as attracting new businesses, encouraging economic development, promoting tourism, and consider tax adjustments. Work closely with local businesses and residents to identify innovative revenue streams. Now, the last area that I want us to focus on, there's many, I have 10, but I'm just going to end with this. Efficiency measures. Implement efficient measures to improve the city's operation. This can include streamlining administrative process. I believe Christine is working on that. Optimizing resource allocation, adopting technology solution to automate tasks and reduce costs. Approve all, the other thing I noticed too when I talk to the business in our city, they want to get different permits. And they complain to me, and I bet many of the council here as well can attest to this, that the process of getting it is so long and so lengthy. So what my suggestion is, if we can approve over-the-counter permits, and encouraging staff to view other cities and see how they can improve for basic permits. That's all I'm asking, basic permit over the counter that day or within 24 hours instead of them waiting. We have 2 years before we're in a deficit. And I know within this 2 years, we can generate money coming in, because when I talk to those business owners, they complain to me is that the city isn't business friendly, and the process of getting those permits is so in delay and so frustrating. And so word does spread really fast in the small business community, and they don't want to do anything, and they don't want the hassle. So what my suggestion is, if we can have basic permits that can approve over the counters, if you can list a couple of them and they come for that we can approve over the counter or within 24 hours. I think that would encourage the small business owner, and I bet you with that alone, will pass words out like fire, right? And they'll call their friends, hey, we can get this over a counter within 24 hours or just within that day. I think that'll be a solution that we can have to incentivize more business to come in.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Menzer?
Yes, thank you. Aaron, I don't know if you were planning on doing a staff report, but I think, I've known this information, Councilmember Hose, and the mayor as well. I have just a question for you, and I think you mentioned it on your staff report here. And I don't know if this is an oversight or because I don't remember this being relayed to the past council when we were debating the ballot measure. As far as, so we, on our Measure Y, it was a 20-year sunset, correct? So another agency can come along and pass, if the voters pass it, another measure that will take our 1% and the 0.5%. They can take the 0.5% now and our 1% once our sunsets the very next day. Is that correct?
That's correct. And in researching for this staff report, I did find that information, and it did just happen. Where I first noticed it was the California Department of Fee and Tax Administration posts a list of all of the agencies that have transaction use tax in the state. And it did mention that, exactly what you said, that at the end, you can't implement over the maximum allowed, but if one ends, terminates,
yes,
or sunsets, then what's been approved will immediately go into effect. So that did happen in Long Beach, and I actually called the city of Long Beach and spoke to them. So they had a 1% that had an end date. The county was passed, Measure H was a homeless measure that was passed. So when Long Beach, the city of Long Beach, their 1% ended, even though they did go back to the voters and get it extended, the Measure H went into effect. So now Long Beach is only collecting 0.75 instead of the 1. But the voters did approve 1, so if or when Measure H ends, they'll get the 1 back.
They'll get it
As soon
as there's end sunsets.
Yes.
I mean, that's a pretty scary thought that right now we're, just to be clear, we're in a deficit now.
Correct.
Because I think one of the things that we're overlooking is that we should not be pulling from reserves to be able to operate. We should be putting into reserves each year. So just to be clear, the deficit is now. We're in a deficit. It's not happening 2 years from now. We're happening now. It's just pretty scary. So if we're suffering with the 1, because inflation, we're just trying to catch up. So everything's cost is going up each year. We're not going to generate enough revenue to keep up with the cost. So each year, we should be putting in money in our revenue, but we're going to be pulling money out of our revenue each year just to stay afloat. So whatever the deficit is from we're upside down, it's plus, because how much do we got to put in the revenue each year that we should be putting in?
Well, we're pulling, the status quo budget projection for next year was around $6 million.
Mm-hmm.
The current year, we're projected to end using $3 million of reserves, so we'd need an additional $3 million in the current year.
Mm-hmm.
but we did lose the 1 quarter. So next year, between 6 and 8, based on the projections that we've looked at so far, so that would be additional revenue needed to make us balanced.
So
And then
that-
if we were
that-
to put into reserves, we would need more than that.
Yeah, that's what my point is. My
Yes.
point is that we're not only not generating enough to pay the bills, but we're also not generating enough to put in our reserves.
Correct.
So the number is scarier than what it's looking, that what we show. It's a lot more because we shouldn't be pulling money from reserves to be able to operate. So, and what is the fix for this? Because this is a problem. To me, that's a scary thought that when we have a sense, it's maybe not scary for us but what about for the next generation, 20 years from now, when that 1% sunsets? I mean, what's the remedy for that?
Well, one, it's hard to know what will even be happening in 20 years. So we don't even know what's allowed, if it's even allowed. The transaction use tax, I mean, kind of like the Prop 13 with the property tax. We weren't sure that was, when the council passed it, we weren't sure we didn't know that was going to happen. But I think for the sunset, the only way to know that it's not going away is to eliminate the end date. But that would take a vote.
That's what my question, it
Yes.
needs to be back on the ballot.
Yes.
To voters to approve, not to get rid of the sunset.
Correct.
I had another question. I don't know. It's just very, very disturbing the situation we're in. Do we have the numbers from when there was a survey done prior to the initiation of the ballot measure, correct?
Yes.
And then with the voters, the rating of what the voters
the
were-
approval rating?
The approval rating. And also, like, there was 2 questions, wasn't there a question for it was the higher approval rating for the 1.5, as far as I remember, opposed to just the 1?
I don't remember. Christine, do you remember those approved?
Percent. I mean,
76%. Okay.
What was it?
It was on the website, it's just not on the website
Just trying
anymore.
to find, well, we find that, I mean, I'm just making a point here that we've had in the past, we've had other presentations brought before this council for potential new revenue streams. And I think that it's only right that we as council lead by example. I mean, what are we doing as council to generate a new revenue? You know, it seems like we got to do our part instead of always depending on the residents to bail us out. That's something that we need to do a better job of. We can, I mean, I know the map, I know the history of this city and where we are. It goes back many years from Prop 13, and there is a lot there that's affecting us, that has crippled us, and with our ability to generate enough revenue. I mean, you have to go back to the initiation of Prop 13 and even back further, because that council previous to that lowered the property rate, and then it got locked in with Prop 13. And then that just kind of set us down this trajectory that we're in now. But, I mean, that's besides the point is that now we're in the situation and we cannot shy away from potential revenues. We have to think of the community, and the numbers are smacking us straight in our face that we cannot operate. And this is a cry for council. I know this maybe not want to hear me, but this is a cry that we got to do something. We got to do something fast. So thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Menzo. But just a gentle reminder that we have one council, I was one mayor going out and then went out. And then we have new council member now, so it's going to be different. It might be different, I don't know, it might be different. So whatever, in the past, we just, considered from this point on. I know I have follow-up questions, but, I just want to let you guys go ahead and ask questions, and then I will come back there. So next, council member Ho.
Okay, so, I've been on the council 7 years now, so I know that when I first came on board, was 2016. That was at the time the city was facing also the same thing as bankruptcy, and the 1% tax at the time is called the SS measure, and so that already that expired, and now the measure Y. So I want to go back to the whole reason, or this agenda, this particular agenda. And so this agenda is about the half-cent enhancement to the sales tax measure to keep revenue local. So I just keep reminding myself of that, the agenda, this item 5.3, that's what we want to address. So it's not like we, on the one hand, we may not necessarily need this half a cent. And why I say that is because I feel good that we are bringing in revenue, or we have plans to bring in revenue. But the half-cent tax here is the reason we want to capture it is because we want to keep this revenue local. Otherwise, we would lose it to other county or whatever organizations that will go after, many will go after that 1%. So that half-cent tax. So I think it might be, if I could ask the city manager, because this has, it's got a history. Our city's got a history as to why we're short of money. So I think the new people, as the mayor mentioned earlier, we've got a new council. And because of that, I think it's the duty of this, of our staff, particularly a city manager, to have a short meeting to inform, and you may have already, but I'm just saying that because if I hear things like, what I heard earlier was, revenue, why don't we cut, and then as Councilmember Fan West was saying, so all of those things are things that we've already looked into, and we are very, shall I say, aware that we have to cut, and that was one of the things I fought hard to do. And as a matter of fact, I was on the financial task force before I came on board because of SS measure that I ran my first election for council. So it does have a history as to why, but I just want to mention briefly that we lost the RDA fund in the tune of $35 million a year. Not too many people will spend the time to research like I do. Okay, RDA happened 2012, way before my time. So, but we need to understand that in order to understand why we are here where we are today. So for us to continue, as on what you said on staff page 2 of your report, where you said, at this spending level, so I underlined that, at this spending level, we will be faced once again the same thing. So yes, we lost 35 million. We have not been able to bring back 35 million. What we did was we SS measure and then the now Measure Y. Measure Y brings in a little bit more than, I mean, probably because of inflation and all that. So I know we're bringing in about 16 million versus 10 or 12 million, back when SS Measure was in place. So that's only half. We only brought in half. But if we don't, if we're struggling trying to make our ends meet, and then the other day, the last 2 weeks, we looked at the budget and all the proposed positions, and everybody has to have, they have to have certain positions filled, and we understand that. But our problem is that we are trying to bring in new revenue. The 15 million that we haven't brought in, right? Or 20 million that we haven't brought in. So far, we brought in 15, 16 million from Measure Y, and we're trying hard. And so, being that we need money, we can't let go of that half a cent. We can't let somebody else chase after the half-cent tax that's still available for us to capture and keep this revenue local. So I just think that I don't know if all of our council members understand and how we evolve. They understand, I'm sure, why, status quo right now, what's happening, but how we evolve and how did we get from, 2012 or even back then to our present situation. So I think I don't really have anything else to say about this, except for, yes, it makes sense that we should capture the half cent. And it will come in handy. And because we want to be smart, we want to make sure no one else, we want to be the first to get it, to get it. And we don't want to be competing with others. So, but it's up to you to inform the new council members as they come on board. Do they understand that? Otherwise, we'll be hearing the same thing as what was said earlier by Councilwoman Van West, like, oh, we should cut, we should bring in revenue, we should this and that. And so it's like, I feel like, okay, we've already had those talks for the last, 7 years. So my recommendation to staff is to have those conversations with our new council members. And for this particular item 5.3, I get it. I move to receive and file. I understand about the half cent that you need to capture. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Is there a second?
Are you making a motion?
She made a motion. Is there a
Okay.
second?
I second it. That's it. Are you back?
Okay. Like I mentioned earlier, let's be bygone. And let's set it as a new beginning, because we have a whole new council. And we clearly understand where we are right now in terms of financial. And at the same time, staff have given us more of the reason why we don't want to lose 0.5% to other county agency. And in addition to that, we may also lose another 0.5% or 1% when our Measure Y expires. And they can dig into it. So I don't think that any one of us here want to have that situation happen to the city of Westminster. But at the same time, we have to understand that nobody wants to raise tax. Nobody wants to raise tax because our residents don't want to pay more tax. We don't want people buying stuff from the other cities instead of Westminster. But the situation that we are in, we can't avoid that. And that's the reason why I think that we should look into the 0.5% that we can get as soon as possible. With that, I do ask staff to come up with a study, or I don't know whether I know it's receive and file for this. If I have to say that request to put it on agenda next agenda,
Okay.
that we are going to have a study for 0.5%. Not only that, but I also want to make sure that we identify whether to remove the 20 years sunset for Measure Y, as well as look at the possibility of placing 0.5% for the next 5 years, 7 years, or 10 years. And then we can go back to 8.75. If we raise 0.5, it's going to be 9.25. That makes the city of Westminster the second city with the highest sales tax in the county, which, you know, we don't want that to be. However, the situation that we described, that we need to do it with my expectation that for the next 5 years, we, with the effort that the city council as well as city staff, we are putting effort into making civil projects, having civil projects. Hopefully by then we bring in more revenues for the city, then we don't need to have that extra tax which we need to have right now. Okay. So along with that, I'd like to have to see whether if we are raising 0.5% for the next 5 years, where it's going to take us to, and for the 7 year or the 10 year. Because like I said, we don't want to continue if we don't need to. If we have a way of bringing in our revenues, then we should do that instead of taxing people, the residents. I don't know that I make it clear enough for you in terms of requesting to bring that to the agenda.
So you'd like to continue this item. We'll provide some projections for different scenarios at 5, 7, and 10 years with the 0.5, and then also what it would look like to remove the sunset as well. And you were, I think I caught that you wanted this for the next study session, for another study session. Is that correct? Or
Yes.
or just a
Yes.
regular
Yes.
study session?
Yes.
Okay, we have a potential study session on the budget on, right now it's tentatively for next Wednesday, but it's not finalized yet. I don't know realistically, since she's working on both budget and this, if we'll be able to have both in time for, it might be a little too much to digest.
It
I
would
don't know.
be very helpful for us to
Okay.
decide at the budget study session
Okay.
when we see the number.
I can certainly get the projections by then.
Okay.
And we had a motion, so I assume you're asking for an amendment to the motion, for the primary motion? Are you?
Yes, I'm asking for an amendment to that if the originator wants to take it. Or else
Yeah, I would add that to my, I would amend that.
Okay, and the second, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I still.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Ho with the modification that to add what I have there, and seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. Roll
I'll go
call
ahead and
vote,
call
please.
roll. Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 5.4, initiation of selection process for public affairs consultant for federal legislative advocacy services. And this item, I believe, brought up by Councilmember West and seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. So Councilmember West, you can go first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is very important as we know that we, need extra funding. And I know by putting some money out to get this public consultant for federal funding. I believe that will help us in somewhat way or form. We can use any money that comes to our city, pretty much, and we can all agree here. So with this, as we know, for example, of Be Well, that was a federal funding, and that's important. That's something that covers everything. So then our resident who needs mental help, can get the help. Who needs medical help can get the help. Who needs a ride to a shelter, a homelessness who needs, medication, they can get the help. And so I think, for those who are concerned about us putting some money out to look for this person, in return, this will benefit us more. And this will give us the need that we need for our city to sustain it. This is one fraction of the money that will help our city. So I hope that the council will vote tonight to approve that, and that will be great. Mr. Vice Mayor, do you have anything to say to the RFP?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can I speak?
Yes. You were seconded to this item. That doesn't mean that you are agree to that. but
Yes, I believe that the lobbyists, whatever that you call it, is very important. Just look at the mandates, park and trail that we have from the money from state or federal. Christine?
For which one? For
The mandates,
Mendes.
park and trail?
it's state.
That's the-
Okay, so I think it's very important that we have somebody at state level or federal level to lobby and to get the money, the fund, the grant, from the government to the city, as well as if we can get the money from the county also. Just think about, I believe that I heard Councilwoman Phang West mention about putting the money into invest, we put out the money to invest, and then we get back the results. So this is what we need to do. This is what we need to do, and for that, I move to approve.
Councilmember Menzo?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions and then some comments. The monies that we're using to fund the Be Well and also other fundings, those are all come from the ARPA, which was COVID-related funding. So those are all came directly. That was a federal funding that went to all states and counties throughout to use in their specific strict regulations as far as how that money can be used and when, and it has a time limit on it. So that's where that funding comes from. I have a question for city manager or anybody. I guess you're the best that can probably answer this. I know, and this before your time, I realize that, but as I understand, many years ago we've had one of these reps, what do you call them? I'm losing the words here. It's a lobbyist, sorry,
Yes.
lobbyist. Many years ago, we've had this before, and do you know is there any way that we know how much that cost us back then?
So I did look at this because, so there was one that we paid out for about a 20-year period. And his contract was discontinued in 2017. And the only reason I know that is because I was around toward the end of his contract. His total contract, the city paid out about $1.16 million to him. But as you know, record keeping hasn't been the greatest in the past. And so I couldn't tell you how much was actually realized, if what he did was effective.
That was my next question.
So ultimately, his contract was, it was terminated, but it was it was a monthly payment of, I believe, $5,000-6,000 a month, and then it increased at some point, and so at the end of the day, it was $1.1 million, a little over $1.1 million. Included trips to DC and, other things. I know in talking to people who were around when he was around, that generally staff is still the one that goes out and gets, makes the contacts with the, elected officials' offices and, legislators. And he'd essentially, have conversations, but staff still does the legwork.
So, yeah, that's my question. And besides the salary, the contract for this individual, I mean, I'm assuming there's other expenses that are put onto the council, to the city. I'm thinking, whoever he's going to be speaking to or lobbying, there's going to be some dinners in there, some lavish 5-star hotel, something around like that nature. I mean, you got to wine and dine the people you want to talk to, correct?
And that's why it goes.
And who pays for that?
The city's on the hook for that.
The city's on the hook.
So,
So we'll be on the hook to pay for these dinners and folks that, I mean, I would like to wish that there was a way that we can have the numbers of how much, if this investment paid itself off, what do we get for that investment?
well, so there are firms that do this, like Townsend and Associates is one that I always throw out there because they're well known, and some of the larger cities that have some of the larger cities in which they would be at a better place to compete for some of this funding would be a bit more aggressive in using them. But I mean, if you put out an RFP, you'll see what the costs look like, and then you as a council can decide later based on their qualifications if it's something you really want to invest in. But it's hard to tell what it would look like without council providing direction on a scope, what you want, if you want to expand it if it's just federal, if you want it state and federal, if you how much time you want, committed to it, et cetera. We can always include all of that in an RFP, which staff will have to spend time to put together an RFP and put it out.
My other questions are, and just like that funding that we received, 1.5 from State Senator Umberg for the Mendes Park, that was all direct the relationships with council and staff,
That is
calling
correct.
our representatives. Right now, we have a representative, I think it's Michelle Steele. We have state representatives. We have county representatives. Those are all the folks that, how much does that cost us to deal with them?
So in terms of,
To
we as-
speak with them, to talk with them?
So we as staff maintain a relationship with them. Like, for example, I spoke to one representative from one office today who said that because of state funding right now, that our request, and most likely the other requests of other cities, may not be honored. So,
But how much did that cost us?
I don't know, 5 minutes of talking to the guy.
So those are things that we read with our current situation that we're in right now, that it'd be nice that we had a lot of funding that we can hire a lobbyist to work for us, but right now we just cannot afford it. We can't even look at, that's not the right time right now. I mean, and then some of these folks too, that this is where we come and play with having relationships. I know the mayor's got good relationships with some of our representatives, that we can build on those relationships. A lot of those folks, when they're going to throw their name behind a project, they want it to be something that's going to highlight them as well. So, I mean, we also have to put out projects that they're going to want to tie their name to. So I think this lobbyists will not have as much luck as us directly and staff that with our elected representatives to deal with them. I just think it's my personal opinion is that this is not the right time for this. So it'd be nice, but we can't afford it, and I think it would go pretty optic-wise, be pretty bad that we can't. Here we're going broke, and we're going to be on the hook for these lavish dinners through some lobbyist and whoever they're going to be approaching. Our residents don't want to be paying for that. So that's my 2 cents.
I do have to add, though, we as staff don't want to take all the credit for doing the work too, but the biggest advocates for the city, whether it's federal, state, county level, is always going to be the city
Yes,
council
for
members.
sure.
So in the past, that's always helped to get, funding over the finish line when it's needed.
Yeah,
So I do want,
a good example is
do wanna point that out.
Supervisor Doe and the funding he just allocated for the Little Saigon the Gateway. And those are straight relationships that the mayor, he's known Supervisor Doe for many years, and the relationships they have and build and the needs of our communities, and that's what we need to work on at this point. We're on a, we can't expect champagne with a beer budget, So that's all I got.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ho, District 3.
I have a grievance. He took everything from me. He said everything. I'm
Sorry.
like, save some for the fish, jeez. Drink all the water. Just joking. It's all because, we've been on the council and actually, and witness some of the things that happen. Yes, and we understand. So, I'm someone who totally understand. I understand very well that it takes money to make money. I understand. I'm a business person. I understand that. But the one thing I also understand is that, we don't throw money at the problem. Now that I already said, I said from day one, I said, you want to fix a problem, you just don't think you're going to throw money at it and it's going to fix itself. So it is really is too good to be true to hire federal lobbyists or any lobbyists. It's not, I'm not saying that if we didn't go through, been there, done that, and we didn't have the experience of going through something like that already, then we would say, hey, let's do that. And that by trial and error, we'll find out what works and what not. But we already found out. We hired our federal lobbyist, and I remember we were going to go with him one winter to DC, but that trip was canceled. And then shortly after, I think it was in 2017, as Ms. Corden said, that we terminated that contract, and it was around $5,000 a month. Well, I don't mind if we pay $10,000, $20,000. Everything is just relative to how much that person's going to bring in. So any contract, anybody we hire, if there's a majority that's going to agree to or decide that they want to hire someone, that contract's going to have to be something like, okay, you have to guarantee us, a certain amount of money, or it would be like on a percentage. But I think we've already been there, done that, like I said. The only type of money that we've been very successful at bringing in, and Councilmember Monzo already said most of everything, pretty much everything I wanted to say. Senator Umberg was through a relationship. There was the $500,000 for the small businesses. That was through a relationship with our county. And then there's, just money that came from just relationships. And I do believe our staff really, and you got to keep having those meetings with our elected officials that represent us at state level as well as federal. And I really think that based on the past, because we do have a prior, so the past tells us that we just haven't been successful at bringing in money this way, hiring a lobbyist. So if it's going to be, if we're going to bank on or go ahead and hire someone anyway, then I would recommend that we definitely have to do it on a split basis, a percentage split, or a guarantee. That person would have to guarantee. Otherwise, we could be going back to, entering into a contract that it will take years to get out of, and it'll cost us a lot of money, which we don't have. I'd like to see, put money towards hiring filling one of the positions that our staff, including our chief, had proposed for PD. You know, any amount of money, any hiring should go towards, remember, I'm someone who understands very well it takes money to make money. And I really wouldn't put my money here just because I haven't seen it work. So that's all.
All right, thank you very much. It's going to be my turn. And I just want to go back a little bit in the past. You mentioned that we pay $1.1 million for the consultant before, and for the number of how many years?
So for a total of 20 years, $1,139,804.62.
Okay, and the result for that is efficiently or inefficient? Or
20 years, about 20
Okay.
years. We don't know because there's not a correlation between what he did versus what could have resulted from money coming in. Because essentially what staff that's been around at that time said that staff did all the work and he shook hands and kissed babies.
Yeah, so there are many issues that we can talk about it. You know, number one, we have people that we don't know that what they're doing, what they were doing, and how much money that they bring in for us, and we are not authorized them to basically, we are not authorized to contract with them. We didn't issue the contract with them. So to be, if we have to go back, there are many unknowns that we have to figure out. One of the things is that, well, I have to say that I don't mind if we spent $100,000 and we get $1 million back. I'd rather spend $100,000, so that we can get some money for the city. I don't know that the city council know that in this, what I read in this staff report is saying that we approve the request to initiate the request for proposal. This is just request for the proposal. I think it's good for us to know what is out there, how much what to pay, what they can guarantee for us. At this point here, there's not that it costs us nothing to go out and solicit, the quote to get back, and then, and understand of the market out there right now. So it's not that we have to decide that who we are selecting or we are hiring right now, and and we are in the budget deficit. We cannot do it. I don't think what we lose is probably. I don't think we lose anything if staff have to spend time and put the RFP together and then send it out and then get the understanding of what is out there. So I think it's worth to do the RFP right now, and then we'll consider that later. So I know that Councilmember West motion to approve this, and then, you moved to approve, and who seconded it? You second it?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to make sure you move to approve the request to initiate the request for proposal for RFP process.
That's
only.
correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And same thing. So if there's nothing else, I'd like to go ahead and ask for the roll call.
Okay. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Just another brief comment before I vote. I think we had to be, we have to be mindful of where are we at financially and the work that's going to be done. And if we're going to, by initiating this, you're initiating other folks to do work, not just our staff, but these potential proposers. They're going to put time and money into putting their proposals together. And at the end of the day, we can't afford to pay for the folks that we have now. How are we prepared to make all those people work just because at the end, we're still not going to be able to afford it? So anyways, that's my 2 cents, and I vote no.
All right.
Councilmember Ho?
Could I ask how much time that would take staff to put something like that together for our RFP.
Couldn't tell you at the moment. I mean, it would take us time to look at other proposals at other cities because we don't have an updated one. So we'll put something together. We got to make sure that it's okay through legal. So, I mean, it's going to take some time. Like any RFP process takes time. I can't really quantify it right now. I myself will probably be working on it, as well as my senior admin analyst, as well as our assistant city manager.
Thank you. For me, I would love to support this. However, having been there, done that, and through my experience, I really don't want us to go down this road, so I'm going to vote no.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
I am going to vote yes for it, but before I vote for it, I have a short brief. I totally disagree with Councilwoman Ho about consider this is throwing money at the problem. This is clearly an investment, and by saying that this is investment, I say that Councilwoman Ho said that she's a business person, and she understands everything, but each every business person, people have a different kind of ability to run a business. For example, like most of the old folks here remember Kmart, right? Right around the corner, and you see it in the late 80 or 90. It's very popular at that time, but then it went out of business. But Walmart and Target, they thriving. So the key here is the management. Management is the key. So if you invest smartly, and then you're going to get results. So this is what I want you guys to take note.
Okay, and Mayor Nguyen?
I vote yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, I am curious to find out what is out there right now. And we want to make sure that, before we eliminate everything, it doesn't cost us that much to, to put the RFQ together and find out what's out there so that, we can make the informed decision whether to move on or to put off. So my vote is yes.
3-2, motion passed.
Thank you. Now, I have to review something to the public here.
So is it 3 yes and 2 no?
Yeah, 3-2.
Yes, 3-2, motion passed.
I have to review it to you. Before the meeting, we, the council, and also the city staff, make a bet with each other. The city manager said that I bet you will end it at 10:30, and I bet her, and then a number of council say that we'll be finished before that. So a bet for the coffee here. I'm not sure that it's going to take place.
I want to clarify that no money was involved. No money involved.
Just joking around, but I guess we have 2 more items to go on. I hope that we can finish before the term.
I will.
So the next item, is format the agenda, the staff report headers, and placement of the council member names on report. I know staff have spent a large amount of time to come up with different examples for this item, so I'd like to have a staff report on this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. So last meeting, we had a very productive conversation regarding the staff report headers and placement of council member names on reports. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of a history on how how it's changed over, over the years. A lot of the reports in the past used to have multiple lines on it where it included from, through, who was requested by, et cetera. And you had this giant header that took up about 3/4 of your agenda page. So it was essentially, not, it wasn't information that was meaningful in terms of like where your report started. And so over time, the header's been reduced down into the point where now, prior to a couple of months ago, it was down to from and prepared by, which essentially is, it's just the key information that you need when you're first just taking a cursory look at the staff report. There was a request to include requested by back into the agenda, in which that would designate a location for, council member names, or if it's not requested by the council members, it would just simply put administration. And so there was a discussion last meeting, which evolved into a conversation about how far do you put your requested by. Essentially, and in the cities that we surveyed, and as well as just common practice, when a council member's name is on a staff report, it's generally when the report is first originated. So it's your brand new idea, your brand new item, you've put it on the agenda, it's the first time it's on the agenda. Now, what was discussed at the last meeting was if something has evolved, if there was something that came out of a discussion that was someone's idea, and there's a subsequent staff report, do you put the name on it? And generally you don't, because that's just part of a discussion. And so therefore, council makes a motion, there's direction, and consensus of the council that this is what they would like to do as a whole. And so therefore it punts back to administration because it's no longer requesting from a particular council member. And so that's where we left the conversation. There was some side conversations that talked about like if there's a discussion and it results in an ordinance coming back, then you put the council's member's name. Well, then do you put it for the second reading? And if there's discussion that evolves out of something that essentially starts from an idea and it goes on to, let's say, a construction bid at the end, do you keep putting that council member's name? And you can't in some of those circumstances. You can't have a council member name on a on a bid item, right? So what it really boils down to is what this council would like to see. Generally, this is an administrative decision. It doesn't require council deliberation, but it's clear that it is it is very near and dear to this council. So at this point, I defer to you for direction, but I would say that recommendation-wise, leaving from, requested by, and prepared by would be common for the header. And once it's no longer an originating item, it just goes back to administration at that point. But again, I will entertain any of your thoughts on what you would like to see.
Okay. First, again, I want to thank staff to put a number of examples for us to see. It's clearly, when we have an example like this, instead of reading a staff report alone. And I will take a first peek at this, and then I will go to council for comments. What I like is example number 6, which is the current process right now. I was initially think that we don't need the form, and we can have the requested by, whoever requested that item, and prepared it by, either prepared by the city attorney or by the staff. I think it's best to have that. But when I look at different report, the one that we need to identify, we need to know what this report came from, either from the city attorney office or from the staff, which is, or from the committees. Then we need to have the department there. Mm-hmm. So I reversed my decision saying that, oh yes, we need to have the form. Now the next question is, well, from the background, we have identified requested by, and then on the background, because of the background, we also still mention that the name of the person of the council. So I think it's adequate information identified there. Now, the next question you might ask, okay, if the item brought up, we now understand the originator brought up the item, then you can put a requested by. And let's say it's brought to the council for the meeting and the council discuss about it and then move to the next action. Then the next meeting, who is the requested by who? That's not the question. I would say that by that time, it's not a person, the originator anymore. This is the reason why. It's not that person anymore because it's the whole council make decision for that.
Exactly.
So I would think that at that time, the requested by city council.
Okay.
I think it's fair to make that change. So I will stop here and we'll turn back to Councilmember West.
Mr. Mayor, can I come back?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally agree with you on this one. I think it gives an ample, example number 6 gives an ample opportunity to give the credit to the initiator of the request. And as you mentioned, it also has it at the requested by in the initial and in the first sentence of the background. And if the action on that item results in it to come back, like you mentioned, it's only proper that it comes from council, because if you just continue to have that one council member's name on it, it disregards the whole council as a body. So, I mean, that is the proper way of doing it. There is ample opportunity for the credit. So I agree with you, and then I'm also okay with you with the suggestion you had as far as if it initiates a comeback to have city council on the requested by. That's make sure that we're all being honored and everybody's happy. I want to read just a quote, a small quote, so you can bear with me here. It said, "There is no limit to what a man can do or where he can go if he doesn't mind who gets the credit." Now, this quote appeared in the 1980s on a small plaque atop of the desk of the Oval Office during the presidency of Ronald Reagan. So he understood that it takes, don't worry about who's getting the credit, just as long as it gets done and our city, in this case, is moving forward. So thank you, Mayor. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hall for District 3.
I just couldn't imagine how much time we spent on this already. And so, the 7.5 years I've been on the council, I never really cared about that, I guess I'm someone who really doesn't mind, if we share credit or it's just, and I don't necessarily have to claim credit. So I'm just thinking, well, what the mayor said earlier, you spoke first, right, earlier?
Yeah.
And your recommendation, if we have to make a change, I'm fine with that. To have the requester request by, and it makes a lot of sense. So if we have to add something, then the second time it gets brought back, it would be the whole city council. So I agree with that.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with the mayor on his suggestion. It's finally shed some light to the issue. But let me clarify with city manager. So in the background, we still identify
Yeah,
the,
yes.
right, the
We
original
always-
requester,
we
right?
always do,
Okay, I think
yes. Yeah,
that's,
absolutely.
you know, sufficient enough to me. Thank you. Are you back?
With that, if there's no objection, I move to approve.
Second.
The example.
I-
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Second
have to come back to
anyways.
her. But I move to approve anyway. So now it's your turn.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I do understand. Option example 5 is what Vice Mayor Nam Quang and myself got into, is all we have on the agenda in the past since November when we got elected was from and prepare by. And then Christine, I came to your office about 2 to 3 weeks ago, actually almost a month, right? That I said, hey, we need to add something on there. And so you agreed to it without me putting it on the agenda because you say it's an easy administrative fix. So then option 6 was what you did. And I appreciate that because from request by, prepare by, so we know exactly who requested it. I thought that was great. And then you kind of go back on certain agenda in the last one that it didn't have requested by, or I'm sorry, it didn't have all 3 of those subject. And we can pull it up in the last agenda when we discuss about it.
I know exactly which
Yeah.
items you're talking about.
Exactly. And then so therefore, what I'm saying is that I do like this, the change you made when I came to your office. I appreciate that. And that now it's on the agenda as public reading, meaning it will be on record. So that's good. So this is the format that we will continue to do. I agree with this format. That's great. Option 6, example 6. Now, I do agree with the mayor. I think that's great as well. You know, whoever, you know, I think it will be from the council once we all voted for. I think that's a great idea. So
Not form, but
I agree with you.
requested by. The form still
From-
the
yes.
department head.
And then requested by the council.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Okay.
So
So-
did you motion?
Yeah, I
second.
motion, I move,
Second?
and then seconded by
Okay.
Councilmember Menzo already. So, again, motion by Mayor Nguyen and seconded by Councilmember Menzo.
Okay.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes,
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
Okay, I'm excited and I lost my, okay, we are at 6.1. Am I correct? Yes. 6.1 is consideration of a resolution amending the City of Westminster Rules and Decorum as civility and severity at City Council meeting concerning size. This item brought up by me, and it's no offended to anyone, but the City Council recognized the rights of free expression, to preserve decorum, the orderly conduct of the meetings, and to not infringe upon the public's ability to view council proceeding. I think audience members may only hold signs in the back, most row of the council chambers. And the sign shall not be larger than 8 by 11, shall not be impede the viewing or broadcasting of the meeting, and shall not be used in any manner which disrupt the meeting, including at their oral communication, bring up the sign during oral communication, because it's not considered as a back row anymore. So with that, I will open up for comments from the council, but I move to approve. Councilmember West?
Yeah, if you can come back to me, that'd be great. Thank you, Mr.
Councilmember Menzo?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question I know on the staff report, it was stated that Fullerton, adopted by other, including Fullerton. What is Fullerton's policy? as far as,
Can I ask the city attorney to respond to that?
Yeah, it's essentially the same, that in the back rows for signs.
yeah, but what is the size of the signs in the back?
That, I don't know the answer to that one.
Do we, since we stated it, should we not know?
Really, the rule is it's a limited public forum. We need to preserve the right of free expression, but you are allowed to have reasonable rules that would help, protect the process of, we've got to let the people come up and have their 3 minutes. When they're done with that, they need to sit down and not disrupt the meeting.
Correct.
And that's the key element there. So
Well,
to the
from-
degree that you can create rules that are applicable to everyone, that's better than, where there's just a lot of discretion involved.
Yeah, I just, from what I hear, Fullerton doesn't have a size limit. Only verbiage as far as not blocking view and the view of others. So, we have to be mindful that, First Amendment rights, a free speech and a sign is that, a First Amendment right. If council chooses to move that to the back, similar to Fullerton, well, now you're impeding. We already reduced the time of speaking from 5 to 3, and now if we're going to move them to the back row, but we're going to keep the signs now, reduce the sign, keep the sign the same. I think that's kind of like we're just pushing it. We all know who Ms. Terry Raines is with her signs, and I was in the planning commission for 8 years, and there was some cases that came before us that it was a very rowdy crowd, and they had signs, and they were expressing their free speech rights, and we don't like the content. That's part of it. That's part of why we're here. I just think that keeping on reducing this portions of the First Amendment is just, we got to start. We're treading on thin ice here. If we want to do this as far as the back row, similar to Fullerton, when I suggest that we follow them as well as far as the size of the sign, we're not, like I said, we're just keep chipping away at that First Amendment. So I suggest that Mayor, that we up the size of the sign. I know it's clear as day. We don't like the sign, we don't like the content of the signs. I understand that, but that's not something that we should be concerned with, because that's free speech. My suggestion is that if we're going to have them go to the back, that we should up the size of the sign to whatever Fullerton has.
Yes, thank you for your suggestion, but I just want to make a note of this. This is not to pertain to Ms. Terry Rain. In the future, there may be people coming in, the same thing. We set the rules not for one person, but for the whole community. So I don't want to mention anybody. It's going to be a general policy for everyone. Let me move on to the street number 3, Councilmember Ho.
Well, I think people deserve their free speech. They really, I think you've tried to control the content of their speech, and you reduce the length of time at the podium, and who they can and can't talk about, and, et cetera, et cetera. And this is going a bit too far. So I am not for this at all.
Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know what? If you, I want to propose an amendment to that, the one that you already put on the agenda. I love free speech. I came from a communism country, right? And I understand that and I value the freedom of speech, and we welcome people to speak to the council, whatever that they feel like is benefit the community, benefit the city. But somebody, they exploit the freedom of speech that they have. They don't know the value of it. And I don't, they're going to be to the point, you get to the point that, so if those person, those people, they print out a lot of signs and then they put, all over the places. That's what I don't want to see. So my proposal to your original item is we're going to limit one sign per person, and they have to keep those signs in the scope of that seat, So they're not going to put the sign next to them or, to the other places. So that's what I would like to add to your item. Are you back?
So, I do agree with your amendment there. So I would think that your amendment is just allow me to modify my my motion. I will modify my motion to include your suggestion. So do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, we have motion and second.
Before we proceed, I just want to try to figure out here how we would modify the resolution, because there's a resolution involved here.
While you're trying to figure out, I just want to add it that we have city business that we have to do, and we need to do it effectively. We can't be here, for a number of hours, and we have to understand our staff have to work tomorrow too. And, freedom of speech, I understand, but, to the point that we allow them to have, the sign in the back of their, they can bring in the signs if they want, but it has to be, everything has to be a limit to it, or else people will, take advantage of it and do, and we be out of control of what we need to do in order to run the meeting, in order to do city business. Come back to you, City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something quick?
Okay,
I
sure.
haven't make a statement yet. I second with Mr. Vice Mayor regarding communism. Majority of the people in the city of Westminster escaped from a communist regime. So we completely understand what dictatorship is, and we understand what silencing mean. So for us, as the mayor was talking about, we do need to do city business, and like we promised our voters that we'll bring respect back to on the dais and to this council. And doing the city business is very important. And for this change, it will bring greater order to the council meeting, I believe that. And while at the same time, we're honoring the rights of free speech during public comments. So I see a win-win for all, and it's more orderly, and we'll get a lot done. But also, we're bringing respect back on the dais, and that's great. And that's the reason why I agree with you.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, did you have a chance to modify what needs to be done and ready
Do my
to-
best here. Lost the first part, here we go. What I'd propose is I took the language that was already in there, which says that the city council recognizes the right of free expression, to preserve decorum, the orderly conduct of meetings, and to not infringe upon the public's ability to view council proceedings. No sign, placard, banner, or other similar item, a sign, shall be allowed during a council meeting except as specifically authorized herein. So there's no changes up to this point. Audience members may only hold no more than one sign, period. And I've eliminated the words in the back row of the council chamber. Signs shall not be larger than 8.5 by 11, shall not impede the viewing or broadcasting of the meeting and shall not be used in any manner which disrupts the meeting. Now, I've eliminated the next sentence, which is those desiring to hold signs may contact the city clerk's office in advance of the meeting to reserve a seat in the back row. Took that entirely out. And this is where I didn't quite finish, but in order to not block the view of others, signs shall remain in possession of the holder and shall not be placed in any adjacent seat.
Let me clarify, did I hear you correctly, that you said you delete the portion back row only? Did you say that?
Yes, because that's what I thought the motion.
No, the motion is still back row.
Okay. I see, okay.
Okay, and at the
I
same
missed that
time, in addition to that, make sure that it's always in the back row. It can't be at the podium when they speak.
No, I think you do need to allow them to come up during the 3 minutes and bring their sign.
Okay.
Yeah, during the 3 minutes, you would have to let them bring us their sign.
Okay, if that's the case, then, okay,
Yeah.
we go by law. Okay, so, but we did not delete the back row. I
Yeah,
want to make sure that.
Let me just think through this, make sure I've got that.
Okay, say that again, read that again, please.
City Attorney, while you're thinking of that, or maybe City Manager, since we have a logistic things here, so I see a lot of, the back row has the signs that says reserved for media seating. So then what do we do
Yes,
then?
It will be limited.
So what do? We have all those seats taken up by media, and then what?
I guess that for the staff to decide, how many are we going to allow for media and how many people, sit in the back, first come, first serve. I think that's the best way to do. We can.
Yeah, I mean, we put media in the back only because before we had a lot of bloggers with their tripods moving around and, blocking the aisles. And so we wanted to give them a safe space in the back to be able to record. I mean, I guess at this point, if we want to share the space between signs and media in the back, we can do that, but just with the understanding that if someone from the media comes up to the aisle and blocks, we'll still have to ask them to not block the aisle.
Okay, at this point here, I take your word literally right now because I'm a city city attorney.
Okay.
I take your word literally right now that is not allowed for me to stop the speaker to bring that to the podium, but I need you to prove that to me.
Yeah, the reason is that this is a limited public forum, and so what that means is that the public under the Brown Act is entitled to
Okay.
opportunity to address the council, and we don't want to regulate what they're
I want to
saying.
thank you for that information. All I want to see where is state that. That's all. Okay, you don't have to do it right now.
Okay.
We could want to see it later. That's all.
Sure.
So we have a motion and second on the floor. Motion by Mayor Nguyen and seconded by.
And let me just clarify what that is then. I'm going to leave it
Okay, sure.
exactly the same as how it's presented, and at the very end, I'll just add, we would just, where did I put it? The holders of signs shall be limited to no more than one sign each, and then also a sentence that says that signs shall remain with the holder and shall not be placed in adjacent seats.
Can you read it one more time for?
The entire thing?
Yes, the entire thing.
Yeah. Just
The City Council recognizes the right of free expression to preserve decorum, the orderly conduct of meetings, and to not infringe upon the public's ability to view council proceedings. No sign, placard, banner, or other similar item, sign, shall be allowed during a council meeting except as specifically authorized herein. Audience members may only hold signs in the backmost row of the council chamber. Signs shall not be larger than 8.5 by 11 and shall not impede the viewing or broadcasting of the meeting and shall not be used in a manner which disrupts the meeting. Those desiring to hold signs may contact the city clerk's office in advance of the meeting to reserve a seat in the back row. Individuals holding signs shall be limited to no more than one sign each. And the holder of the sign shall, I apologize. The signs shall remain with the holder and shall not be placed in adjacent seats, period.
All right, thank you. We have the motion by the mayor and seconded by Councilmember West. I ask for roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Van West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Councilmember Ho,
No.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
3-2, motion passed.
All right, thank you very much. And now moving to comments from city council and agency members, including AB 1234. Let's start with Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me pull this up here. I recognize in the proclamation that we have, City Clerk, that a Juneteenth, when are we doing that?
We just
I
approved.
just have a question.
Yeah, we approved,
Okay.
my understanding, we approved the proclamation, and then the next meeting,
The
which is
28th.
still in June, we are going to do that.
Perfect, thank you for the clarification. City Clerk, I just also want you to also add Flag Day. I know today's Flag Day. For June 28th, our next meeting, if we can have a proclamation for that as well. If you need my help with getting the people, I'm more than happy to help you with that. Also, a proclamation for Father's Day as well. I know that I mentioned to you that there's many people, organization that help juvenile and being that father figure for them. I mean, we can also give them the proclamation on the 28th as well. Those two holidays are very important to me, so I just want us to recognize on the 28th. So I want to wish all a Flag Day today, and thank you for all the brave men and women in uniform serving our great country. And your service mean a lot to me, my family, and many Americans across this country. And your bravery speak really loudly to us. And also, I want to recognize as we go into Father's Day this week, like, I really appreciate all the fathers out there. You know who you are. You are desperately needed in our society, and we want to honor you and respect you and know that you are appreciated this coming Sunday as we celebrate you. And I know that our society, our culture has been really stigmatized and discredit father figure, but we need you to be our defender, you know, our protector. Love your wives and do what's right, because we need that role model in our society more than ever. And our boys and girls look up to our father figure. So I just want to encourage you fathers out there to continue to be that father figure to many people around you, because you are needed in our society. And I just want to say that. And also want to say thank you, staff, for all the hard work that you put into our city to help us move our city forward. So I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. And I just want to say thank you. And thank you for all the residents who want to be a part of the solution to help bring respect back to our city. But not only that, but to move our city forward. So I thank you for all the residents out there who want to be solution-based, not only complaining, but be a part of the solution. And I want to say thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember West, for your sentiment there. I know that you value our parents, the father and mother, and then that's why you recommend to have a proclamation for the day, also the National Flag Day. But I don't think that we have a policy for proclamation, and if you want to, then we can always bring back the item and talk about it. At this point here, I don't think it's right for you to direct staff to come up with the proclamation for that, because let's say if you say, you direct staff to have the proclamation for Father Day, what's about Mother Days? We passed Mother Day already. We didn't do anything about it. Nobody talking about it. And let's say that at the day that we different national day, which is recognized by national already. Now, why we have to do it here at the city? I think it's just more than what we need to do in terms of because for Father's Day and Mother's Day, I believe that at the time that we have item 1, 2, 3, 4, you are welcome to praise them or to thanks them for what they do for you or for the people. But I don't think it's right for you to direct staff to do the proclamation right now. I think I have a problem with that, and if you do, I suggest that you go ahead and ask staff to agendize the item, and then we can talk more about it.
City Attorney, may I have clarification regarding how do we go about getting a proclamation? Like who requested Juneteenth, and how come I can't request a proclamation for Flag Day?
I'm going to have to defer to the city manager on this one, because I think
So it's actually a city council policy and not so much a legality. So proclamations are actually approved by the mayor. So anytime any council member wants to bring a proclamation, you just need to request the mayor. So there are certain proclamations that are requested from like outside groups, for example, and those, the mayor still has to sign off and say it's okay to get it on an agenda. Other ones that are long-standing or repetitive, as in they've been done annually, there's certain ones that get presented and we know about them in advance. We also ask for the mayor. So that's where Juneteenth comes in. It's been passed the last 2 years. And so, that's how it got on the agenda. They all go through the mayor.
Yeah, because I thought it was city clerk who's in charge of it, but the mayor, if that's the case, Mr. Mayor, like I would love to have a proclamation for Flag Day. I think it's very important. Flag Day represent our city and our country hugely because this is America. So I think it's so important. If we can give it to our Legion 555 down the street, they would really appreciate getting that, proclamation as well, or anyone who's in the military, veterans, you know what I mean? So, Mr. Mayor, I would appreciate if you okay it for Flag Day and Father's Day for 28th.
At this point here, I don't have any problem with approving a proclamation for Flag Day because I think it's good to have that. But I do have a problem if we want to issue a proclamation for Father's Day. And then, later on, we need to revisit this. I have to revisit this item because Flag Day is a national day. And then let's say that for Washington birthday and for the July 4th day, then we have to do the same thing. We have to do the proclamation for those days. I don't know how far that we can go. So we need to look at that again, because let's say that next time you said, okay, you approve for the Flag Day, then now I request to have the July 4th proclamation for July 4th. Who are the people who are receiving that? Who are we going to present it to? We can actually, at this dais here, any one of us can comment about it, can praise and thanks people for the National Day, and you can say whatever you want to say, but I don't think that proclamation that we have a proclamation and we present to no one, and that's not the right thing to do.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with that. Now the thing is that when it comes to Flag Day, we know that we can give to a lot of posts, veterans and whatnot, or young Marines, right? Now, the thing is with Father's Day, Mother's Day, I wish we did something like that too for Mother's Day, but unfortunately it was never announced. Now, Mother's Day and Father's Day, we have organizations who are mother's figure to mentor young girls. I know that we have tons of organization out there as well as for Father's Day. I know a couple friends of mine who go into juvenile hall to basically mentor those kids because they never have a father figure. Imagine we honoring them, how amazing it is for the city. So I understand where you're coming from, like 4th of July, who do we give to, right? But I think with by request, is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, so can I approve the proclamation for the Flag Day for now.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
that's
Go
something we
ahead
just do.
and be prepared for that for the
If-
next meeting.
Yeah, if you'd like one for Flag Day, sure, we can certainly.
At this point
do
here,
that.
we haven't got a proclamation approved yet, so it's going to be approved next meeting before we can even present that proclamation. Am I correct?
Yes,
It
yeah,
has
so
to be pulled and approved, then
it
present.
would be approved, then pulled if you have a group in mind that you'd like it presented to.
Okay. All right, so go ahead and prepare a proclamation for the Flag Day. Councilmember
thank you, Mayor.
Mezzo, do you have
Yeah.
anything else that you want to report?
Well,
No, wait. Besides that, do you have anything else you want to report, or you done?
No, I'm just curious why you want Father's Day. I have a couple I mentioned, and do you want to
I
revisit
already
later?
told you why I don't agree to the Father's Day, but, okay, let's move.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the Flag Day is important, but I think we need to be mindful of the calendar and try to bring those before so we can, today is Flag Day, right? So today would have been a perfect day to maybe we could have invited the Legion 555 over, and that would have been pretty awesome. But we can maybe do that next year ahead of time. I just want to say again, I missed the Olympic torch run, and I just want to say congratulations to everybody who ran, Mayor, that you did your 2 miles, and Vice Mayor, I don't know if everybody, Councilmember West were there, staff, everybody. I wish I would have been there, just had to be at work. Got to pay them bills. So congratulations to you guys, and I just want to say Happy Father's Day to all you out there. Hopefully you get some time to spend with your families and kick your feet up on the lounge, on the recliner, and hopefully watch some sports or something, and open your twinkling tie that we always seem to get, or maybe a Home Depot card to go do more work. So happy Father's Day, and I'll go see my dad. Hopefully watch some baseball with him. Just thank you, staff, for all your hard work, and Christine, and all your hard work you do. Thank you, and happy Father's Day.
Councilmember Ho?
Thank you. I thought the proclamation are to be approved by the whole council. I remember it was amended, that the proclamation ordinance that we put in place back in 2019, I believe, and it is to be approved by the whole entire council.
Yes, so it is approved by the whole council, but the request gets made to the mayor, and you put it on the council for approval. So that was actually part of the amendment in 2022.
Right. Not
That's what we-
2022, earlier than that.
There was a new one that we brought back in 2022 that essentially cleaned up everything that we had.
That was the reason why that is the reason why we are going to bring it back at the next meeting, and we as a council to
I just
approve that.
want to be clear.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought anybody could request and bring onto the whole council to vote. Right? Or just the mayor? I don't remember that.
The
Could you
mayor,
clarify?
like,
Yeah,
Yep.
but this is an ordinance, you weren't around that time, so I
It's
just
an-
wanted you to
it's-
maybe
yeah.
give us an update on that.
It isn't, yeah,
Send
it's
us
in the
an email.
policy. I can email it back to everybody.
But, okay, I'm still going to move along, and all I want to say is Happy Juneteenth Day. And Juneteenth Day is our federal holiday commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. And it was started by Major General Gordon Granger on June 19, 1865. I love history, so it gives me the opportunity to learn about our history. And so that's really exciting. And I do believe not all 50 states celebrate Juneteenth.
No.
Yeah, it used to be like in 2022, I think only 21 states, but I think now it's 40-something states. So it's good to know. And happy Father's Day. I'd like to say happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there. We appreciate you, and I'd love to cook for you. If you want to come over to my house and I barbecue for you, yeah, give me a call. So I'm hosting a barbecue, so if you want to come join, you're welcome to. Thank you so much.
You invite the council as well.
Pardon?
You invite the council as well.
Oh, sure. Why not?
What's your address?
I'll make my husband do the barbecuing. Just
All right.
joking.
All right.
Thank you.
You are invited. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I need to have a few words regarding the Father's Day proclamation that Councilwoman Fang West want to have. I totally agree with Mr. Mayor on your decision. With all due respect to Councilwoman West, the reason that I say this because if we continue to give out proclamation for every single day or event, we'll get to the point that maybe I'm going to request for a Valentine proclamation, right? Or like St. Patrick's, any events that I want to, that is like a meaningful to me. So we got to treat the proclamation as a valuable thing that, we give out to the right person, right place, and right event. So that's my point. You might disagree with me, but that's my point. I have to say it out. The second thing that I want to say is earlier I overheard one of our residents mentioned about Councilwoman Fang West, and I attended a memorial ceremony in the Westminster Memorial, and that person accused us that we've been there just for the photo op. I think that is very, very cruel. You think that only you that have friends that lost their lives? No. I have family members that lost their lives too, okay? To defend the freedom that we have here.
Were you there?
Please,
Okay,
right now,
so
it's a time,
I just want to make my
it's a time
point
for
that
them. Sorry,
we was
Vice
there.
Mayor. This is the time for the council comment. So I appreciate if you can hold on to that. Okay, go ahead.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
So my intention when I attended that memorial is I want to pay my tribute to the one that lost their lives, not being there to be taking picture. Okay? So be careful on that when you say something that is cruel to other people. I want to thank you, staff, for putting together all the efforts that we have at the Navigation Center groundbreaking. I really like it, and thank you for that. I have an opportunity to join the police departments on the Torch Run event, but unfortunately, that is the event that I was there for the photo ops because I couldn't run at all. The day before, I walked like a two times around Mile Square Park, and my feet is very, very tired, so I couldn't run at all. So that's when I be there just for taking picture and support you guys. Very nice event, and that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nguyen. And with respect to Councilmember Van West, I just want to let you know that I can approve for proclamation for the Father's Day due to the reason who are you going to give that proclamation to? We can't give it to one father and not the other. If you give it to your father, I want to give to my father too. And then what? So at this point here, I will move on with that. Just to respond to your question, I want to report that I really enjoyed, running together with the chief, and I can't do what he did. He actually have his phone out and then recorded both of us, and I appreciate for that script, video clip, and also that I seconded to Vice Mayor Nguyen that we have a very great time at the Navigation Center. I think this is a tremendous achievement from staff and the council. We've been making decision, the right decision, where we can see fruitful result came out to, and we appreciate the partnership with the other two cities, the city of Garden Grove and city of Fountain Valley, and let us not forget that the contribution from the county, the special supervisor and Trudeau, also, they put in amount, I believe it's $5 million to acquire the property, and then continue to grant us $600,000 a year for the next 10 years for the maintenance. That's a lot of contribution. So I appreciate, and I want to take this opportunity to thank Supervisor Doe as well as Orange County Supervisor, and it was good for us to partnership with the city, and congratulations to our WPD too. So because with this, I think it will help them with their jobs. So with that, I will end the meeting here, and the next council meeting is going to be June 28, 2023 at 6 p.m. unless we are confirmed with the study section for next Wednesday.
It's tentatively for next Wednesday at noon.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.